Good time of day, everyone. It is I, and I live again. Okay, so I'm not going to lie. I wanted to play Cobblemon today. Turns out, no. The mod pack basically refuses to function correctly for me, and I need to spend time figuring out how to make it run for myself. So you, unfortunately, as the viewer, are missing out on me playing a far more entertaining and thing that I will enjoy called Cobblemon. If you saw what was on that funny little thing on the thumbnail, you will see that I have been in incredible suffering with this game. So let's go over what has gotten done. I have gotten the plate leggings. Cool. I have gotten level 50 cooking and level 40 magic. Cool. I still need, the curved bone and the mithril plate shield. Or not mithril plate shield, the mithril square shield. As you can see, I have been collecting a pile of runes. And I'm not going to lie, there is one small thing that is probably going to happen. I'm probably going to get literally everything else done except that one quest to get the curved bone, which isn't a quest, but it's starting to really feel like it because I've been at it for almost 4 days. So, here's what's probably going to happen with that. I am probably going to backlog that and just every time I play, kill, I don't know, however many I can within a certain time frame. And do that literally every single time I play. Because, let's check my loot tracker, which you can't see, but it's off on this side of the screen. I have killed 267. I am dry on the square shield, and I am nowhere close to being done with that drop chance. And I'm not going to lie, the reason it's been slow, just so incredibly slow, is because I don't have a lot of good ways to make that money that I need to be able to kill those. If I had a good way to make more money, I could probably get that done in a more reasonable amount of time. Because I would be casting this spell specifically. And the reason that requires so much money from me is very specifically, the Chaos runes are like 10,000 gold. Also, I'm not really going to be able to cast a lot of this because I don't have a very good method of getting a lot of this. So, I don't know. There's a small possibility I backlog magic at least a little bit. Instead of this, I might, like, require myself to be able to cast, like, I don't know, that. Depends on how much of this gives XP. This isn't bad for XP, but like I said, we need the money, which we just really aren't able to do. very easily. I have also got the pickpocketing requirement done. I can pickpocket the guards, but they are so inconsistent that getting that amount of money is proving to also be a grind. Not that leveling up that is a problem. Mind you, I've kind of been doing fishing as well, because I highly suspect that I'll end up doing more fishing later. That, and it's just a quick way to get some extra money from these and some food from these. Cooking is one of those things that I really don't know how well is going to go. If I look at my XP tracker, sorry, need to not be clicking that. I am about 35% of the way through this cooking level. This is not hard, but it's not easy either. It's a time sink, which is kind of what a lot of this is. And I'm not going to lie. If I hit 7 days of playtime, I'm probably just going to backlog some stuff anyways. Reminder that this is slowly starting to become a concern too. I don't know what's going to happen with sailing. I haven't looked into it. Now, here's the other thing. I really, really hope that the cape is not a thing over here. Because this is the entirety of where I could probably sell a ship around if I'm capable of it. Like I said, haven't looked into it. But yeah. Oh man. Mind you, it's 10k just for the one set of runes too. And yes, I could be flinching the giants. You know how often I hit 0? Look at my stats levels here, and then realize that somehow I'm still hitting 0 more often than not. We've slowly been making our way up through the prayer levels. I mean, if I could hit 43 prayer, it'd probably speed up stuff a little bit, because then I could normal fight for at least a couple of minutes. And yes, I have trained magic all the way up to the point that it is entirely off of this one spell, for the most part. This is the only magic equipment we have. I'm pretty sure I could get a steel dagger, but I don't think a steel dagger has much value to me, as it's probably not got a better magic defense, and I don't think it'll give a, well, magic attack bonus, and I don't think it'll give a better defense for anything that would be of concern, and I don't think its speed is any better than the iron. So I don't really see a reason to get it. It's not like it's impossible. In fact, I could probably get it okay. Now, you may be going, okay, is there anything that drops the Chaos Runes? Yes. The pirates. Do they drop them at any regularity? No. Not for me. They're supposed to. Like, I think it's... let me check the loot thingy. Pirate. They drop 2 Chaos Runes at a rate of 1 in 21.33. Loot tracker. Pirate. 468. I have not seen it once. I need you to understand that I don't trust that, because I have killed... What is that? How dry is that to go with the pirates and not get the item, if that's actually on their drop table? That's 468, and they drop it at a rate of, what? 1 in 21.3. Is there a calculator? Not built in. Okay. Let's see. Calculator. So, it is, strange plant? Oh. Damn it! That's not what I need. I mean, I guess I'll take it. There's a non-zero possibility that I need to face something with, poison at some point before I can even get, like, anti-poison, so... I mean, I'll take it. There we go. Like I said, there's a non-zero possibility. Also run energy, I guess, if I really wanted to. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. So, let's see. Pirates. How many have I killed? 468. And the drop chance is 1 in 21. So divide. Oops, that was... Damn it, I hit the percentile. I'm bad at math. Let have brain function. Moment. 468 divided by 21. I have gone dry on a drop chance from pirates 22 times over. I need you to understand. I am probably one of the most unlucky people you'll ever meet in your life. Oh my god, that's actually horrific. 22 times over dry for that drop chance. Jesus. So yeah, I'm not looking at them like they're a source of those runes, because I'm starting to not trust that drop table. And the other drop table for them drops only bones, which means it's probably one of the prisoner pirates somewhere that don't actually drop anything. Oh my god, 22 times over dry on getting a drop chance there. Jesus. What drop you going for? Oh, you know, from the pirates? Oh no, not law runes. Chaos runes from, pirates. I'm 22 dry. According to the drop table, it's a 1 in 21 chance, and I've killed, let's see, 468. I don't know if I trust that drop chance. I don't know if I trust that that's even on their drop table anymore. So, yeah. If they actually dropped it at that rate, like actually did, you know, I could probably just go down there and grind those out so I can actually finish off the magic grind, potentially. Oh my god. But yeah, the ultimate goal we still have is the curved bone from the ice giants. Which, like I said, I'm possibly going to backlog. At least, you know, partially backlog and give myself a daily kill requirement. So I'm not stuck in here for a another incredibly insane amount of time. Because we've already been down here, going on nearly 4 days worth of playtime. From pirates, isn't it really a viable method for training magic? Yeah, I know. I know. Trust me, I know. Welcome to Extreme One Chunk Man. I just want to see them actually drop from the pirates right now, though. Like, I could just go pickpocket the guards for the money instead. Oh, what else do they drop, though, that might be of some use? Literally any of the rune drops wouldn't be awful. Money is always needed. Yeah, they really don't have a lot. They apparently can drop an iron bar. Which, you know, funny, I guess. But yeah. Literally anything to not have to do more pickpocketing. You can buy mind, yes. The problem is that we're level 40 now, and we really need a different training method. That's what I've been doing for quite a while. It isn't worse, but also remember that I need to be able to just kill a lot of ice giants. Especially because we still need the mithril square shield. Basically, this isn't necessarily about efficiency, it's about sanity. I have spent too many hours flinch hitting ice giants, and I want to kill them at least for a little bit faster than I normally have been, just for my own psychological health. Because, yeah, I can buy them. I have been buying runes. And technically, if I really, really wanted to, I can continue pickpocketing the guards and just, like, use that as a money-making method. Basically, I'm going stir-crazy in the ice cave over here. Eventually we'll be able to, let's see, cast Inspect Monster. But yeah, part of me is just starting to have a suspicion that the drop chance, according to RuneLight's like drop chance table, might be off. Nature runes were not actually low on. The giants have actually been kind of nice in dropping those the last couple of times I've done the grind. Plus, I can kill the pirates fairly easily. Part of me also just kind of wants to get these up to 50. But yeah, I've probably spent over 5 hours flinch hitting the ice giants. And since I don't have a staff, this spell is starting to also get, like, agitating the cast over and over again. I have seen more iron bolts than anything else on the drop table, I think. Which is 1 in 12. Let's see here. I really need to try to find something that's a little more AFK-able too. Like, that's kind of why I want to get the drops from these guys. I can kind of AFK this a little bit better while doing other stuff. Part of why I've been fishing so much, actually. Let's see, Also, I have the jug just because it's there. I put away all the bowls I had because at this point soup, well, not bad as a healing source, kinda just isn't as worth. Now that I can pickpocket the guards, I can get a decent little cash stack just for cooking. So I can make enough pizzas to not be too worried about anything. Like I said, a lot of the fishing, though, has just been because I literally have been, like, checked out the last couple hours that I've played. Which, you know, still cooking up the shrimp and whatnot is getting me a little bit of cooking XP. What's our next major upgrade to cooking, potentially? Pita bread might have an okay amount of XP to it. Not sure. You can make anchovy pizza. Can I? No, that's 55. I can make meat pizza. At 55, I'll get anchovy pizza, which will be fine. It's not much of an upgrade in EXP, which has been one of the problems with cooking so far. Remember, I don't have a bank I can put any of this stuff in. These are my squares. I can just put stuff away. I can't get it back if I do that. Which, by the way, is why I'm terrified of rolling this chunk next. If I roll that chunk, everything I have done up till now for equipment in this area will be for naught. Because I'll have to put it all away. Part of why I've been like, where can all of these people send me afterwards? So I can add as many chunks as possible to get away from being able to roll that one. If I could just get somewhere with the bank, I think my life would be better. But yeah, the anchovy pizza will probably be the best healing option for a while after. It's just, I'm wondering how much EXP the pita bread will give me. Pita? Let's see. This chunk here, I'm pretty sure that is Intrana. Yeah. Because they're right there. Yeah, Intrana. That's a rollable chunk. That boat is free. Technically, also, this is rollable. I don't know how much I want this. I have done some thinking because I've literally had the time to do so. I kind of want this area. I kind of want Remington. No good reason other than the house portal is there. And I'd love to be able to just, like, go up here and get, like, the bank. I know this would be a massive grind in and of itself. Yeah. But basically, how I'd want to roll is, A, probably get this as a freebie because literally nothing here. But roll, like, this, that, and then this. Why this? Before, like, anytime soon. That. The farming plot there. If I roll this next, I'm probably going to have to also, like, kind of do a backlogging thing, because that would be a really long grind that is entirely time-gated. It wouldn't even be hard. We can get seeds and whatnot, but I'd want at least to have, like, the bank first, you know? If I could get the bank first, which, yeah, I'd have access to here, at least then I can store stuff, you know? I don't know what else is available here. I know I can't do that yet. Because I believe that requires X marks the spot to be finished. And then there's everything else here that I don't know where goes, and I have no idea what selling will include. But yeah, Intrana is, like, the one place I don't want to roll. Pest Control Island? Maybe. It has a bank. Yeah, possibly. Literally, a bank is, like, the big thing that I need. Also, sometimes I just kill the seagulls because they're literally a non-threat. Mind you, I'm also supposed to technically kill the bosses, but Yeah, no, not happening. That's currently backlogged until I can actually boss fight. Which I've never fought a single boss in this game, so I have zero idea how it will work at all. I think there's also like a couple of other islands I could possibly roll. I just literally need to look it up. Also, I don't know why all of this is not, well, it's selling content, so it's not even out yet. Okay. Huh. Thinking on that, if selling works the way I think it might, does that mean I have to start rolling for water tiles? Oh, that would actually be really funny. Alright, oh my god, he's still stuck over here walking back and forth. So, fun fact, yeah, I kinda got this guy stuck over here. He just consistently walks in here, walks into this spot, and gets stuck. Even whenever he resets back over here from being unable to move. Reminder, I have a slight 50-something% chance of success here. Just so you can see how bad my luck can be. There's also that reason of me being like, oh man, I really hope I can find another way to get these runes. Because this still is one of the fastest ways I have to make money. But yeah, there's a lot of places I don't know in this game, particularly because they are members-only areas. And most of my gameplay time in this game has always been a free-to-play account whenever I was younger. Because, yeah. That was even before bonds were a thing. Hell, that was before new Runescape. Bad Runescape, as I call it. I'll probably actually have okay chance times just so nobody gets to see how bad it got for me the other day somehow. But yeah, this isn't an awful way to get the money together. It's just a bit slow because my chances are bad. Which, if I had any of the thieving items, maybe it'd be better, but this will just have to do for now. And we're doing sorta okay. Mind you, I also only used about 4 lamps on my thieving level because I got tired of waiting for those to appear. So, you'd think I'd have the timing down for the tick clicking of this, but no. Not in the slightest. God damn it. Hey, at least it's nothing like the incredibly low odds I got for the man pickpocketing, where I got hit like 7 times in a row. Okay. Okay, please. Can this 50% chance look more a little bit like a 50% chance for me mentally? This is probably still my best training method for pickpocketing for a while, too. What is the Master Farmer? Because that's something that yeah, he was at 38. That was an old grind on another account that I remember having. I think we actually have all our potential pickpocketing targets. What about stalls? Yeah, I can't think of any stalls that might be anywhere within the range of us. Which is kind of funny, actually. I didn't even know that the port had a dungeon near it. But yeah, huh. When was that added? I know I've played since it probably has been added. I just literally never go over there except for that quest. Oh, and if I end up having to do that one shield quest thing at Varrock, there's a strong possibility I just make an ult. Like on a free-to-play character ult that I'll delete after because, you know, this shield of whatever quest. I probably do have an ult already that I can use for that, but that's like way off in the future potentially. But yeah, that's not bad for money. It just requires me to have, like, a patience for getting hit in the head over and over again. You know, that thing that I don't have a patience for a lot. You know what else would help my magic training? If I'd stop hitting ones. Somehow I keep hitting ones with magic. Okay. The one thing that I can think of is that if I get Draenor Village at some point before I get any of the other obstacle courses, that's a massive fucking grind I'd have to do. And, that's possibly, what, 4 rolls? Potentially away? 1, 2, 3. 3 rolls away. And I'd have to do that. And it'd be like, I don't know, a level 70 grind with that? I'd probably... Would that be a meme grind? That'd probably be a meme grind, wouldn't it? Depending on what else is there, and how many lamps I get, I'd probably backlog that as well. Some of the graphics on the selling is a little bit broken, by the way. I assume it will get fixed up in time, though. Getting mostly anchovies, aren't we? Now, I've noticed there's something you can bait fish here. I have no idea what that is. Or what level it needs to be. Because whenever I open this, this doesn't tell me a lot. And I'm starting to wonder, what can you bait fish here, and would it be worth trying to cook whatever it is? But I literally can't find information on it in-game. I know I could probably wiki it. I should just wiki it. OSRS, Port Sarim Church Fishing Spot. Wow, that's bad RuneScape. No, like good RuneScape. Give me good RuneScape. Okay. If it's a bait fishing spot, what level would that be? I mean, I guess I could see real easily, too. Like, it wouldn't take a lot for me to just buy a rod and some bait and try. not like it matters anymore. Here, let's sell all that just to be... Yeah. Let's just be a little bit experimental and see what it is. You would think I'd have done this before, but there was a point where my brain just was completely off while I was fishing. I noticed that it had two options, and then I didn't even, like, comprehend the notion further. A lot of the time I've played on this has been as second monitor while I was doing other stuff, but let's find out. I swear to God, if I had better food available to me this entire time. Oh my fucking God, I'm stupid. Wait, why wasn't that a chunk goal? What? Wait a minute. That grind wasn't even bad. This was possible this entire time? The fuck? Raw sardine. Oh my fucking God. Yes, it will cost me money. But... oh my fucking God. That... huh. Yeah, that's... why wasn't that a chunk goal? Huh. Raw sardine. Value. Okay, they're not really worth that much, but well, boys, it looks like we're going fishing. Oh my God, what? Raw herring and sardine, what are those cooking XP? Obviously, more than, like, these. If not much more. Huh. Yeah, okay. That's still better. Wait, are they lower than anchovies? They are. Oh! Okay. Never mind then. I don't know why, but mentally I thought rod fishing was always higher than most things that you can net fish. Oh my God, I'm stupid. I'm actively stupid. But these are still better XP than just cooking the other thing. Oh my God. This is how my existence goes, isn't it? Okay. I'm still not gonna get a lot from this, but holy shit, this is still better. Huh. If it isn't obvious, I don't plan anything until it actively is happening to me, and most of the time I don't look anything up. That's interesting. Okay. How much better EXP are they, though, for cooking? Then again, I didn't even notice it was a possibility for a while. 40? and 50. Okay, I think my cooking grind just got slightly better. Especially if I'm using these guys as a money-making method. Okay. Okay. Because that's what, like 10 successful pickpocketing to get the bait for that? You know, if I could manage. Man. I feel stupid now in a way I haven't in a little while. Okay, please? Please stop managing to succeed in catching me. To at least pickpocket you 10 times for that to have been worth my time. I'm not going to lie, it was worth my time already. The worst part is, before I got anywhere close to the magic level I needed, I got a shit ton of these from a maze random. And I say a shit ton, it was like 25. But I got like several of those from a maze random, and I really wish I'd held on to those. But at the time, I think like I was just starting to cast this, and I didn't look all the way down to like here and these spells. These didn't even occur to me as something that existed because I also never trained magic a lot whenever I was younger. I literally never had a magic level high enough to even cast this because I didn't know how to get runes or money whenever I was younger. Child me was kind of an idiot, as much as adult me is also still kind of an idiot. We are incredibly unlucky. Please. I really should probably set them all to pickpocketing because I don't think I'll be killing them much anymore. What's their drop tables again? Unless I get a bow. No, not really. It'd probably be one of my only sources for steel arrows by the looks of it, but yeah. At best, I think there's like 1 or 2 ways I'd get a bow, and all of those would be extremely lucky on my part to get. So yeah, not much chance of that. Yeah, this is why getting like 10,000 gold from these guys is not a realistic goal to do repeatedly. Oh my god. One of these days, I need to find an add-on that just tallies the number of failures and the number of successes with pickpocketing. I'm sure it exists. But I just want to know, is like my perception off and I really do just kind of have the correct rates, or am I actually just getting incredibly unlucky on 50-50s again? You know, like that time in that one game where I got like, what was it, 14 out of 15 failures on a 50-50? God, it's been forever since that happened. hasn't it? What is also probably a good idea? Not chugging water whenever I wake up. Okay. Oh, we've made our money back on the fishing supplies at least. I think what we do is we just kind of do this until we have enough money to buy the runes. Because then I can, like, get the fishing experience from that, get cooking experience from cooking the fish, get the money together, and then once we have enough, we can cast more spells. At least until we can see about Monster Inspect and kind of compare that to the other spell casting, because remember, the spell casting for the attacks would be the best thing if I could just get that money quicker. But as is, we're kind of in a spot where it's not necessarily better. Now, while I fish, I need to take a really quick BRB. Every time I level up at fishing, it is a direct issue. Where it just stops me from actually fishing. Oh, character's automatically walking to the other one. Okay. God. Less sardines, please. That'd be nice. Alright. This is still going to be profitable, so it's not really a problem. Honestly, I'm not going to lie, this is also basically doubling our experience gain for cooking. Pushing? No. Ah, yes. RuneScape's second new skill for old school RuneScape. Cushing. Yeah, the Zaza man. Who's the nature god? Just hanging out with his priest. Getting more in touch with nature. Alright. I did not know you could close that door. Fascinating. Alright. Let's see here. If we could catch more herrings than that, I think it is about actually double the EXP rate. Okay. Do I want to put away our small net? I guess it doesn't matter because I can just buy one whenever the pizza becomes available, can't I? Yeah, I can do that. Especially if we're not going to really be doing this much. Also, switch that guy to pickpocketing too. Both of these kinds get trapped back here, funnily enough. Oh, wow, that was actually kind of good. I guess if one of these guys disappears, then we can just go to the other one too, that way. I like that they get trapped back here. This is so much more helpful. They seem to do it often enough to actually be kind of funny. Like, yeah, they can get unstuck, but they always just kind of end up back here for some reason. Okay. The other problem is, man, does it actually start to get a little bit painful to just be clicking like this? But, you know, no using macros and shit. Game to appeal to old people. Old people have trouble clicking a lot for hours on end. Their eternal fight with bots is just kind of annoying. And the fact that, like, man, I hate bots. What do I use lamps on now that thieving is kind of not an issue and we're done with it, technically? Like, actually, what would I use that on? Honestly, I'm trying to decide whether I'd use it on cooking or magic. Because, like, I'm not really concerned about lamping any of the other skills yet. Feels like a vague bit of a waste to do that, too. Because there's really not, like, anything that I'd want to use it on. At best... If I wanted to do certain skills, I'd have to get incredibly lucky multiple times in a row. And I'd probably be far done with the area on everything before that happened. These stats I'm not really concerned about. Farming would be kind of a waste. Especially because I'd potentially put myself in a situation that wouldn't be fun doing that. I'm not going to lie. Lamping agility is one of those things that I'm actively avoiding right now. The most insane thing I could do, by the way, that I keep referring to. So here's what I could do if I was crazy, like beyond what I am now. I could lamp up woodcutting enough to use a steel axe, lamp up smithing, get a hold of iron ores drops, superheat them, Get a drop of a hammer. See if that anvil is usable. Get an extremely rare case drop out of like a random event or a clue scroll from the 10% chance of talking to the axe shop person. Get a really rare chance, like 10% drop on a casket first clue step for beginner. Get a really rare bow drop. And get access to range and fletching. I want to know how many hundreds of hours that would take somebody. Also, you're net fishing. Stop that. Could you imagine doing that? That all hinges on that being usable over there, too. Without him having a problem with it. But that is technically a possible way to get range without leaving these chunks. Again, could you fucking imagine? At that point, you'd also have to do fire making to willow, along with woodcutting to willow, and then probably carving a willow shield using fletching. You know, just supreme Iron Man shit, potentially. Hell, technically, if you lamped up, you could still do that because of the still axe drop from the giants. Yes, I was sitting there thinking about that while grinding the other day. God, that would be psychotic. What else would technically be possible? I don't think there's a coal drop, so the mithril ore would not be a thing you'd have to do something with. Iron, I think, is the highest you can go. If that's usable. If the anvil over there is usable. I've done a lot of looking around this area if it isn't obvious. That puts us over halfway to the next level of cooking. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda just wanna fish. It's such a passive skill. Oh yeah, we also have some other tasks besides the drops and the skilling. But let's be honest, Pirate Treasure Part 1, Skippy and the Mongrels Part 2, and Karamja Diary Easy Task 4. Those are non-issues. What all do these guys have again? I'm just vaguely curious because I keep forgetting. Bronze cannonball. This right here is dangerous, by the way. These being here is a potentially bad thing, depending on what we roll for crafting. Also, yeah, because of where we're at, if we could get a bronze axe drop, we would have to do carving the shield from, at very least, willow. and fire and wood cutting up to those levels. That's one of those things that makes me kinda just want to get Draenor Village, because then I could just get all of that out of the way with forestry. And I'd rather have forestry if I'm gonna have to do that big grind, even if it would be a bunch of other drops, because forestry makes that just way better. I'm gonna have to do it eventually, that's the problem. And I think there might be a bronze axe somewhere in this area that makes that also just going to happen anyways. But if I, like... if I have to do it, and this wasn't in the way, I'd want this basically immediately, even if that would be an achievement cape that I'd have to do. Just because. But unfortunately, we can't get there. And to get there, we'd have to do a giant farming grind, so realistically, yeah. I don't think there's a single way I can avoid that grind, is there? Like, make it to where it is slightly easier on myself. Actually... ah, damn it. If I unlock... here... doesn't this have, like, teak? I don't remember. It actually may just be, something that isn't there. I'd have to remember that shit, man. It's been forever since I've been to that island. I just remember that's where you do, like, the banana rum shit. There's also a lobster anchovy spot over here. I don't know. Lobster wouldn't be bad to get. I wouldn't mind the lobster. Meanwhile, this does have the range and crafting shop. Would pest control really be one of the better ones, even if I'd have to play pest control? Because it has a bank. I've never been to pest control, actually. Like, there's a lot I'll have to look up after we're done here. Just because I genuinely don't know. Also, yeah, I'm having the ones with the helmet be my pickpocket target so I can differentiate them from the ones with just their hair out. Plus, I've never seen the ones with their hair out ever actually get stuck. Always been these guys. Oh, that one went fairly well. Didn't mean to eat that, by the way. Wood being near... yeah, if I unlock that, we'd be in a very dangerous position here. We'd probably get a lot, but that would be getting a lot closer to unlocking rune crafting. Would have to go through there either way, yeah. And rune crafting is one of those skills that I know wouldn't be fun. Motherlode Mine is also over to that one way with everything else, but honestly, I'm not against that either. being able to actually have a regular source of mining and all the benefits thereof, yeah. Plus, that would probably be smithing. And I'm not going to lie, my biggest goal is 99 construction and a full-on house. My goal is the American dream, basically, kinda. Except, you know, the multiple children. And the white picket fence and the dog. I don't like taking care of other things. Please do not put something's life in my hands. It's going to make me very scared. Oh, right. I'm getting superstitious about pickpocketing at this point. Like, I feel like I do better if they have not caught me yet and they're looking the other way. Except it's not true, and I know it's not true. Damn it. We're almost halfway to being able to get the runes. I'm still going to have to do a little bit of grinding to get 400 fire and 300 wind, but that's still nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Getting 3 gold at a time. God, I'm glad that's behind me. I think that's what pissed me off the most about it, too, was it was 3 gold at a time. That drove me up a wall so damn quickly. Please, stop noticing me. Every time I get near a level with pickpocketing, it also becomes more irritating. I don't even need these levels anymore outside of making this easier slightly by like less than a percentage chance, but still. Yay. We might as well just grab those runes now. We're gonna need them anyways when we have the money. God, I need to think about what I'm going to eat today. I did go to the shop yesterday. Saw something unfortunate on the side of the road, though. That kind of ruined my night. Yeah, we're putting that away, and I might as well throw that in there. No good reason, just want to do more fishing, weirdly enough. But yeah, technically, it is a lot cheaper to use the normal fire spell. But as I said before, I'm just kind of mentally drained from casting that several hundred times. I just want the better one. Number go up faster when training make me slightly happier, even though I know it's less efficient. Woman. Magic. 300? 300 to air for 100 cast, yes. 300, and then we need to get that. Actually, that'll be fine. Whatever. Wow, we'll have one less. We'll have 99. That means it will just stay in my inventory and not look like a slot is now available. Out of vague curiosity, actually. For my own amusement, let's find out how long it takes for one of them to hit me. Because, haha, why the fuck not? Cut 5 times. I fucking hate you two. I might end up at some point just grabbing a nice little stack of cash, buying a shit ton of bait, and just cooking the fish, then throwing them in the bank. Why throw them in the bank? Easiest way to dispose of all the fish I have, and who knows, maybe I'll need them later for something. Yes, that's my mentality for a lot. I probably have like 7 different knives sitting in the bank just because I don't know if I'll ever need them. If I was capable of it, I'd have one of every item in my bank. I like collecting things, even if it doesn't make any sense to collect them. There are games where it's literally a weird thing that I do if I have infinite storage. Wait, can I just... Okay. Well then, bait fish that, please. Okay. I also probably need to look up prayer flicking at some point. And, like, figure out how the little thing works on RuneLight where I can prayer flick and set up, like, what spell to use. Because if I reach the point that I have protect from melee, I probably should use that. Some almonds to make sure I'm not hungry. And off goes another person to go fight the boss. Every time I see people dressed like that and of that level going to do the boss, I'm reminded that yes, backlogging the bosses is basically a requirement. I kind of want to sell all those sardines because I feel insulted. What do we have prayer-wise? Oh yeah, we have Protect from Magic now, by the way. I've gotten Protect from Magic without ever leaving these 3 squares. I feel like I have wasted something precious, like somebody's life. Not my own. I'll never die. I am eternal. Alright. Though, yeah, off stream, I may end up just fishing and cooking the fish and storing them. Hell, I might sell the sardines or something. Why not? It's far better a method than what I was doing, I'm not gonna lie. Like, literally twice as efficient. Billy got stuck by his buddy. Plus, it makes this process just way easier. Eventually, I'll have an okay success rate. Eventually. Hopefully not at 99. If I'm stuck here long enough to get 99 pickpocketing off guards, I think I'll actually have, like, just backlog something hardcore. Not that I haven't already, but, you know. I'm not gonna count the bosses as doable. I'm just really hoping I also spoon the curved bone so I never have to think about the ice giants again for the most part. Need to double my cash stack, and we're currently getting just absolutely no luck. How many times in a row is that now? I'm already starting to get irritated. This happens enough time, I'm probably just going to instead spend all my money on the basic fire runes. Go do that instead. Realistically, a lot of this is what part is irritating me the most right now. Guess if I got enough runes together that I could stand back and just cast it and babble. Maybe. Oh, that one's closer. What if I open this door? Will one of them get stuck in there? Do these doors ever close? I don't think I've ever seen these doors actually close. Or is that one just always defaulted to open? Come on. Money. No. Give me your money. I love how I'm in a jail pickpocketing guards and I still haven't been arrested. Guess they're aware that I could just slaughter all of them. That doesn't make sense either, though. Also, we might be getting a random event in like 2.5 minutes, so I'm kind of just waiting for that, too. Oh my god, please. I'm on at least 5,000 before I start buying runes because I no longer care. Or I'm getting more annoyed at this than I am at the other thing. And yeah, I'm definitely the kind of person who will trade time for easy, but slow. Like, yes, I could technically probably get my cooking level up a lot higher right now if I just, like, bought everything I need to do pizzas, but that's a lot more effort than I'm willing to put in. Hell, buying like 8 bowls and just making soup over and over again probably would be quicker. A lot quicker than pizza, actually, potentially, because I'd have to do less inventory management. But whenever I do something like that, I ultimately want to empty out my inventory, so I'd rather be done with literally every other grind at that point. So I could actually have, like, a clear inventory. But I don't have a bank, so... Also, I'm sorry if we get a maze random. You'll understand why I say that. Come on, give me money. Money. 94 more pickpockets of these guys, and I'll level up again for that. Wow. Okay, game. Please. There we go. Money. Damn it. Okay, there's another 60. I kind of try to keep my health up above a certain level. No good reason other than extreme caution, because, fun fact, I haven't died on this account yet. We're still just a standard Iron Man, mind you, but yeah. Have you tried not all the pain? Yeah, I'd love to. But the enemies drop the items I need. Because if they drop the items I need, then life will become so much easier. I just have a couple of basic grinds left. Then I could be, you know, out of this area. I'd love to do that, yes. Please let me drop a fucking easy ass fucking get, please. So, hi, Ghost. No random that time. About half the money we need. Fuck. 100 casts of that one spell. Fucking ridiculous, but we're like 82.99% of the way through the magic level. I say, looking at the exact number on the bar that isn't shown on the side of my screen. So, let's see. Honestly, I'm not too worried about the cooking grind. We'll see about the magic. Magic is the one that I'm kinda most concerned about now. Depending on what the pita bread will be in terms of EXP, but now that we have a decent way to get some money for what we'd need, the pizza grind would also just be not that bad. And now that I know that we can do this, that basically doubles the speed of fishing for food. Wonder how much XP anchovy pizza is going to give us, as much as a heresy as that might be. God. That 1 in 5,000 drop is just still lingering in the back of my mind as a hellish thing. Everything else is pretty doable, but I really want more area before this happens on the 19th. Plus, a lot of my time on the 15th forward is probably going to be taken up by Tarkov's 1.0 release. So yeah. A lot that requires. Not as bad as it looks, given that I can do this fairly AFK. Alright, there we go. We'll be safe spotting the giants, so it doesn't matter if I have good food for that or not. We're almost to level 40 fishing, by the way. My requirement for fishing in this area, I think, was 15. Sea Shanty 2 is stuck in my head. Hello? Hello? Mime show. Damn. You're safe from a maze random, chat. Okay. God, how much more of this stuff do I need to get before this starts giving me lamps? Okay. Dance emote, sure. What a ridiculous dance, by the way. Glass box. Funny thing is, this is the one with, I think, the most to get before you start getting lamps. Lean. I don't have the full outfit nor all the emotes either. I think it only gives you like one outfit piece per. Okay. Think. Okay, the gloves and the legs. Oh, okay. Cool. That's one more of those out of the way, basically. Where's my collection log? I want to know. Collection log. Other random events. Here. So we only need the, mime mask to be done with that. We need the beekeeper's top and hat for that one. Zombie legs and gloves. Camo helmet for that, and leader hose and top for that. So we're kind of getting close to where these will start giving us lamps instead, in which case, yay, I guess. Get these put away because we don't need them. Those gloves don't give a defense bonus, so I don't care. That and white gloves with a full, plate mail of iron just doesn't look right. Iron. 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 Sorry. Sorry, I think I have brain damage. You, witchy bitchy, give me the stones! Okay, so that's that. Then we'll have to do this. 200, 400, 400, 500, 600. That's around 200 cast of the fire spell. Let's do that. Let's see how lucky we get today. You know, that thing I never am. Lucky. Brain damage. But yeah, I was planning on trying to play Cobblemon. That pack does not run well for me. And I need to sit down and, like, fuck with it to try to get it to run better. It's partially a matter of it crashing during loading, which I'm using the amount of RAM that I'm supposed to. But I think something I'm doing isn't correct with it. Because it's not using that much resources. It just crashes. So I need to, like, figure out what I'm doing wrong. And if it's you're using Cursed Forge instead of the terrible off-brand that all the mod people start using because they got upset that somebody was mean to them. All I have to say is the same thing as Seki. Fuck off and make a better product, or shut the fuck up and deal with somebody being a little bit mean to you. Like, I'm so tired of mod groups having just the dumbest fucking drama on the planet. I have so little respect for mod makers at this point. Okay, he's stuck. Time to equip ourselves for magic. And yes, I made my character look homeless on purpose. Obviously. Alright. Who's my first victim? You? Welcome to how we fight these. Realistically, I think I only need like 2 levels of magic before we can try that one spell. Yes, I know it's a little bit of a waste to do that like that. Oh, hey, more nature runes. These guys have been incredibly nice with the nature runes. What are their drop chance? Oh, you know, about 1 in 32, so honestly, it's fair that we're getting that much. I'm kind of happy with that. Especially since that's basically going to help pay for high alking. Man, if only I could get a staff. Okay, let's see here. What did you drop me? More money. Fine enough, I guess. If you're gonna drop basically nothing, dropping money's fine. The main issue with this spell is how low we roll consistently. Wind Blast. Curious how much. Wow. That was a bad use of that spell now that I think about it. Probably isn't going to be worth training that at all. I will use it a couple of times just to see. 30 on a 2-hit. If we had regular death rune drops from something, maybe. Even then, I'd probably be better off waiting until that Earth one. But yeah, this is why I don't really want to be casting this spell over and over. It's just not good XP. Oh hey, watermelon seed. The prayer XP isn't that bad, considering. Could be worse. Could be just normal bones and needing to get like 70. Or the unfortunate individual who had to get 99 prayer, I think, off of normal bones or something like that. Which, yeah, there's a reason why I'm letting that level up just as far as I can, passively getting bone drops, in case I get hyper unlucky and end up somehow at the monastery way earlier than I should be. The dwarven mine would count Almost, I think, wouldn't it? I'd have to check the rules. Because I could technically walk through the Dwarven Mines if I have access. And that'd send me to several different places, potentially. I'm very carefully making sure I don't cast the teleport to Varrock. By the way, you know what's great? How many of these icons are just slightly off? Really? Really now? You couldn't path to me somehow from there. What was that route you took? That's fascinating. Please, more max hits. More max hits are great. Oh, flinch hit him for the, like, last 2 health he has. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to waste a spell on 2 health. Oh, nice one. God damn it. Just a drop of big bones. How very nice. I hate you. Also, steel sword. Whatever. Oh, you're perfectly placed. Come here. Swear to God, if he just ran backwards from that. $30.33% to the next level. God damn it. Wow, okay. Enshrouded Begid. Ensouled, sorry. Guess I'll keep those. I don't think I'll ever reach the point where those are useful, but whatever, I have them. Who knows? Better safe than sorry with things like that. At least this is way faster than flinch hitting them. It's weird having this high level of magic. I almost knocked something off my table. I have one of those big L-shaped desks. Which kinda need. Not gonna lie. Fuck it. Kinda need the room. Maybe a little bit, maybe not. I'm so happy Elemental Weaknesses was added to the game some time ago, though. It makes my life way easier to be doing this. Basically, I'm getting double damage on these things with fire magic, where I wouldn't have been before, and that'd make this just way worse. Guess I could telegrab if I really wanted to be safe. Oh hey, another one of those. Come on, just let me spoon the drop that I really need. I don't know why the slang is called spooning a drop. I assume because someone named Spoon was really lucky. Regularly. I should look that up. Why the fuck is it called spooning a drop? Damn it, could you just take damage? I don't like hitting 0. I mean, okay, yeah. Oh, we get more coins. Sure. At what point does the music in game start drilling a hole in my head and I just start playing Toho music instead? I have a couple of Toho fan games that I bought specifically as something to potentially play on stream, and I just haven't done so yet. One of them I definitely want to play on stream, but it's a game that's like, oh, I have to be kind of in the mood for this. Basically somebody looked at Nier Automata's gameplay, went, hey, you know what I could turn this into? A Toho fan game. And then they decided to also make it a roguelike. Would you not run off over there, you absolute dipshit? Fight me like a man, you oversized drink cooler. Eventually, I think my HP is going to be my highest skill in combat just because I keep switching styles so often to fight random stuff. Also, if all my skills go higher than this guy's level, I think I'm gonna, like, be a little bit sad for, like, all of these. That's a strong possibility, by the way, if I keep training everything. More coins. At least this is giving me more money, so it's not entirely a waste on that front for the runes. They've all ran over there. Son of a bitch. Ah, cool. You understand how the path forward. Thank you. That is a double splash on a level 13 spell at level 41 on an enemy with double weakness. About 59 more casts of this and we'll get Monster Inspect at least. Really hoping that spell is good. XP. Specifically, good XP. Come on. I thought you were gonna run over there, you absolute loser. No doing that. I don't know what that Three Stooges ass noise I keep making is. I feel like somehow it's no in another language, and I just don't know what language. Like, no, don't do that, something like that. There are words I know in other languages at this point that I don't know where I learned or even what language it is. Then again, most of the Latin I know comes from a Spanish class, so... yeah, I don't know. I had a Spanish teacher who found, like, interest in languages, like, fascinating enough to give me a book on basic, like, Latin as something to read during, like, one of the class periods. Shocking that I can't speak either language. To be fair, it's been so many years since then. many vampires do you think lie about their origins? Like, there are so many vampires who claim that they're a descendant from Vlad Tepes. Yet many of them do not look in any way like they have any European blood in them. There's a lot of Japanese vampires, I realize, who claim that they have a descendancy from Tepes. Why is that? Like, obviously, they had to get the vampire from somewhere, but... Certainly not, what are they called? Jiangxi? Yeah. Their legs work, for one, most of the time, till you break them. Sorry, my brain is starting to wander off topic again. Bones! Hippity hoppity. Fireball. Doesn't even rhyme. Doesn't need to, it's a fireball. Like, who's going to complain about me not making rhymes correctly, or even attempting to whenever their face is on fire? You know? The violence is starting to rise in me the more I kill. Yet the less I want to kill, but the more violent I am. What an odd paradox. Speaking of paradox, they released like an enhanced version of Surviving Mars. I have not looked into that. I have not played Surviving Mars at all. Beyond like 10 seconds once. And I've been kind of vaguely interested in knowing if that game's any good or not. Inspect monster! How many XPs? Oh. 30. Huh. Is a Slayer monster. 100% weakness. Huh. Can I just keep doing that? For 30 XP... Wow, that is not worth doing. Although it is incredibly easy. Huh. I mean, it's a utility spell. It has some use to me. But yeah, I think we might want to switch over to doing that spell way more often. But I'd need to grind up the money to do that. Oh, you're still alive? Huh. Also, what a horrendous noise that makes. Don't take 0 damage, you fool! How dare you! I'd be far more willing to use that over and over again if I didn't have to click it every time, mind you. If I could just get a staff, it'd be just way easier. Like, if I had a staff, I think I'd actually just use this spell more. Or less all the way through. But, hell, I could splash train at that point. Now let's show you how else this is done. I want you to understand why I actively don't want to use this method. So this is flinch hitting. Flinch hitting is basically being in a safe spot until the monster's hit bar goes away. Then you hit them and move back away so they can't hit you back. This is the slowest, most tedious way to fight these. But it's the safest and most cost effective. I do this sometimes, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to do it all the time. Also, I think we've hit the double dry on the Mithril Square Shield now. I think we've gone twice its drop rate. I can check. Let's see. Mithril Shield. 128. So that would be, let's see. 256? Yeah. Yeah. 256. We're at 289. We're double dry on that. We are actually double dry on the Mithril Shield. Oh yeah, and we've been here enough that they're actively not going to attack me, aren't they? Yep. This is one of those funny mechanics that just exists. Where if you're in an area long enough, the enemies no longer aggro onto you. This would be useful if there were drops in the area that I actively wanted to grab. Sometimes I see a... Yeah, Iron Longsword is over here. If that was something way better, I'd probably pick it up just to sell it. But as is. Okay. We're not even to 1/5 the drop rate of the other item, though. That's why I'm very much considering backlogging that. And just, I don't know, killing 30 a day or something until I get it. Hell, that's about the rate that I've been killing them anyways. Oh, that's terrible. I just had better gear, though. Hell, if I could range, it'd be a lot better, because then I could just sit back and not have to click every single time. I think that's what's getting to me the most, is that I have to click it every single goddamn time. I don't care about the wine. I just don't. Alright, we're almost at 6,000? It's not awful. Oh yeah, let's put our helmet back on. There we go. Drilling a hole in my head. I don't know why I felt the need to just punch him in the face, but, you know. Alright, so there is the other thing I can do now. Wow. Can't cast that on that guy? Okay. Is a Slayer monster. That's fascinating. Wormbrain. Is a Slayer monster. Well, what the fuck ain't? Rat? Vulnerable to Ratbane. I don't know what Ratbane is, but interesting. By the way, if you thought maybe this guy would have drops, no. Unironically, if this Black Knight was a normal one, I could upgrade my gear to at least all black, but he doesn't drop anything. I don't think they normal ones drop all black either. Okay. Apparently he counts as a Slayer monster, though. Actually, this is kind of funny. How many times would I have to do this? I'm waiting for it to update correctly. 126 casts. That's funny. Yeah, no, that's not worth my time at all. Kind of suspected that would be the case. Ah, door. That guy got stuck in there. Okay, that one does close. Interesting. And this one opens? Ah, God, we still need to go do. Yep. God, that's still so many levels for so little XP as we're getting. We'll see. I'm not so sure about the magic grind. Yeah. Cooking is now looking to be the easier of the two. Especially because we need 65 cooking. Cooking has not been a hard grind to start with. I haven't really actually even needed to grind it. Problem would be I need 3,702 cooking experience points left for the next level. Oh, God. Even pizza would be terrible. We need to know what pita bread would give us. If pita bread isn't bad, like, that would probably be the method, but yeah. I'm still attempting to just get the square shield before I decide anything about what I'm doing. Because the magic grind wouldn't be that bad if I could just get a hold of a staff. Cooking is one of those things that's eventually going to happen anyways, depending on how we go about it and how much the bread gives us as experience. Hell, if I look at this pies, I wonder how much fish pie would give us at 47. Because right now, there is a way we could get a pie tin, I believe. If not from the trader boat, then the random chance of the food lady giving us a pie. That wouldn't be the best. It would still probably be more depending on what fish pie needs. Yeah, let's go check this. Cooking. I can just look this up. Pie. Fish pie. Gives you +3 fishing. Okay. Botanical pie at 52. Garden pie. Apple pie at 30. I don't know if we have access to apples. Where is that one thing? Bread item on this. Pita bread. Gives 40 XP. Okay. Fish pie is 164. God. Lobster would be 120. That would be the preferred method, but we don't have that. Fish pie, what does that require? Baking a raw fish pie. Okay, what does it need, though? That's the real question. Trout, cod, potato. Okay, we wouldn't be able to get those. Can't fish that. Tomato, onion, cabbage for the garden pie, which is 138. That's probably less than pizza. Pita dough is about 40, so that's not worthwhile. Oh god, this is bad. Yeah, cooking actually is probably worse for what we have. Anchovy pizza at 55 is 182 experience total. That's still not great. Chocolate cake is 210, but I don't think we have access to eggs or milk. I need to heal anyways, so we'll check, but I suspect that's not possible. Mind you, the inventory space requirements of some of these is what's actively making me not want to make them. The 50 XP from cooking the fish is so much faster than even the pizza. Yeah, we can get the dough, we could get the chocolate, we can get these. The onion is not something we can get for the garden pie, though. What is the allotment we have here? Spirit tree. So useless to me. And let's see what these guys have. Orange, banana, pineapple, and rabbit. And I'm pretty sure rabbit is nowhere near good XP for us either. Yeah, rabbit is actively worse than the fish, so it's looking like the fish might be our best XP for cooking. Just time value. Like, technically, the pizza is the highest that we can do, but it is also the most time consuming because of the inventory space we have, and I'm not putting any of this stuff away. So, level 65 cooking off of 50 XP per fish at best. They don't trade us anything. I'm betting we can't buy milk from this guy, obviously. Okay. Yeah, obviously he's a bartender. I think he'd laugh at us if we asked for milk. Gym trader, like jewelry guy here. We had cosmic runes. We can get drops of cosmics, but not very easily. Anyways, let's buy what we need again. Which is what? Here. 400 and 300. Okay. So, Ichi-san. We can't make potions to help with fighting either. I mean, if you level up herbology, I guess you might be able to, but to get herbology, you kind of need to do a quest that isn't available to us at all. So, what do you even have? Oh yeah, bots buy all this shit up anyways. Ugh, annoying. I'm not sure what those enchantments do either. I don't know if it'd be worth our time. Right, okay, so... Oh god, I think we're on the best course we can be to get stuff done. That's bad. That's bad. We've kind of hit the, yeah, just grind forehead level shit now. Like, far beyond what we were. I don't even think we're halfway done. If I backlog magic, what would it have me do? Probably Earth Blast. If I backlog cooking, it'd probably be the anchovy pizza, wouldn't it? Those are doable, technically. I'd want to unbacklog those as quickly as possible, though, for the sake of honor. Fuck, I don't want to backlog multiple tasks from one area, especially the starting chunk. We've already backlogged the bosses, and there's a probability we backlogged the curved bone. I'm kind of just going to do some fish grinding and getting some cooking experience for probably at least a couple of minutes. Our eligibility for the next random event is within the next 20 minutes, so I might just kind of waste a little bit of time doing that. Though realistically, I should just keep pickpocketing. Even if I don't go back down there, once I get the runes, we can always use more money. Plus, that'd probably be the quicker way to actually get myself some stuff. I'm kind of just in that state where I want to have a thing to fight that I can kind of vaguely AFK and look for drops, but we kind of can't do that right now. Not efficiently, and I really need to start being more efficient. Especially with the amount of grinding we need to do still. The problem is, the more I do one thing over and over again that actively requires my attention like this, the more I want to do anything but. Just why I kind of just want to fish. Cook the fish. I don't know, maybe what we do, cooking to 55 off of what we're doing now, and then we just see how the anchovy pizza does. Because right now, I really just kind of want to save up money and get a shit ton of casts for that bigger fire spell. Just cuz. Bones to peaches. Huh. I was really hoping this would be like 50 to 60 XP. It's about half that. Makes it kinda not great. Because if it was that, then we could just cast that pretty much infinitely. When is Snare? Snare might be a little bit of a EXP. Superheat. God. I want to know at least if superheat can be used to smelt iron without any XP requirement for smithing. I just want to know. I want to see for myself, basically. Because we can cast that. I wouldn't be able to do much with it. But these guys have a 1 in 128 drop of that. What else do they drop? I kind of want to also just kill these guys to get seed drops too. And they have a bunch of other vaguely useful drops for the future, potentially depending on what area I get next. I don't know. It's just one of those things that's like, man, if I could just get one or two things, my life would be so much faster in getting this done and easier. My life would be easier and it'd be so much faster getting this done. Yeah. Okay. I think I just need more patience. I want my next roll before the skill comes out and potentially puts me here for another, like, week or two. At least, potentially. I'm so scared that the skill cape is going to be here. But if the skill cape is here, I'm going to backlog that because there's no way in hell 99 sailing with just these, like, areas would be, anything other than a meme grind. Now I keep mentioning it, but yeah. Anyways, chat, how's your day going? Is it, fruitful and non-disgustingly bad? I hope so. Realistically, I think we do just keep this grind up for the next 20 minutes at the least. I can always buy the other spell if I really, really get tired of what I'm doing. Besides, at 43, I'm probably just going to try to get a drop of iron. That 47 water blast is a thing. What gives me those drops, potentially? It's too bad there's not an easy to find fire enemy. Like, yes, one of the bosses is a fire enemy. No, I don't think that's gonna work. If I had a good source of these, and I had a house, I'd probably just use that. Worst part is, we kind of need to get that skill anyways, as quickly as possible for money reasons. Is there imp spawns in this area at all? I don't think so. I have not seen a single, like, one of the little guys you can catch with Hunter in this area at all. I'd kinda not even consider doing that for the most part either. Well, there's normal imp that you can kill, but that doesn't quite count for what I mean. Oh, please. Please! Oh, Fortuna, mercy be, please. Give me a cask. I just want a bit of excitement in my life. I did not know those could drop from that. That gives me terrible ideas. Those are stackable. Those bottles. Oh god, I have bad ideas. I have terrible ideas. Cask, please. No! No! Fuck you. Damn it! I could fish up multiple bottles of beginner clues. What is the rate for that? What bad ideas are entering my head? Blue bottle beginner. Listen, there is a method that I could use that for. Especially if I'm just training cooking, by the way. Okay, what is the chances of this, though? Is randomly obtained from fishing if the player has not completed X marks the spot. Otherwise, they will receive screw box? Blue box beginner. Beginner clue. Okay. That's whatever. Ring of Wealth does not affect. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Anyways, better information, please. What is the chances of getting one of these? I'm looking. Listen, I need something. I just need something. C-L-U-E. Clue in a bottle. While fishing, players may also occasionally receive clue bottles that contain clue scrolls. Can obtain a clue. That's not an amount. Damn you. Give me numbers. Uh-huh. Oh, there's no numbers given anywhere here on the chances of that. Damn it. I'd like to know, though. I need bait. You need bait? Here's one. Dragon Ball's kind of mediocre. What do you mean the entire country of Mexico just put a hit out on my head? That's strange. How'd they do that? Okay, well, you know, kinda wanted to just do fishing instead, so, what the fuck are you? Yeah. One of the first players I see this entire time, and they're taking up my fishing locations. Rat. Just choose random place, go there. Do I really need to be carrying around the jug? The bucket's not hard to get either, and I'm not really using this for particularly anything. Slight hunger is hitting me again. Full of random assorted nuts. Let's see. Oh. So here's the thing with saving up one of those clue bottle things. If I can get them with any, like, amount of regularity. It would take forever. But if I was able to get, like, 30 of those. All I would technically need is 3 of the ones that we need through clue juggling, and we could get a beginner casket. That would assume I'd get 1 in 10. Yes. Repeatedly, basically. That'd be a very low chance. But if I'm just going to be grinding out some cooking levels anyways, and I get a couple of them, it'd be worth seeing about. That's more or less what I'm going to, like, kind of think there. I'm not going to rely on it. Like, at all. I'm just saying it'd probably be, like, a nice percentage chance if we got that much. As is cooking the fish, it's not really that bad. Hell, it's a break from what I was doing, to be honest. I'm not going to lie, clicking a lot for like, what, 2.5 hours almost was a little bit more than I probably should have been doing. So this is basically just my way to take a small break in the middle of the stream. At least until we get our next random event, and hopefully it's something useful. God. I kind of keep flip-flopping on which of these two is going to be worse. That's why I'm like, I don't even know what I'm going to use a lamp on. If we can get the coins together, which would just be a kind of grind in and of itself, and get, I don't know, maybe 500 casts of this, we might be able to at least get a good way into the grind here. Hopefully we can pick up a couple of those bigger runes. If I could get from here to, say, I don't know, here, would probably be okay. I don't think that's going to happen. But even if we could just get here, you know, like, hell, getting anywhere close to this would just make me feel better. The cooking is also one of those things I'm just not sure how we're going to do. Like, remember, every, like, 200 fishing is 600 gold. Pickpocketing will slowly get more profitable, time-wise, as we do it. I'm mostly saying this to me as a, you're going to get there, just be patient kind of thing. Because I think if I can just pile up enough of that bigger fire cast, getting to here wouldn't be as bad, you know? Like, mentally. Like, I've been slowly throwing myself at it 100 casts at a time. But I don't know if that's really the way we should be doing it. The other problem is piling up even 200 casts would take me quite a while. But I don't want to do the lower spell anymore because that was just not really that quick. Hell. Like I said, if we could get some of these spells and see how much their XP is worth. I can do that still by just going and looking on the wiki, though. Runescape. Runescape wiki old. Thank you for actually bringing up the thing that I was actively looking for. Because I'm not going to lie, too. The way we're doing it now, using the bigger spell here, is one of the recommended methods for actually leveling. It's just a matter of we don't have the money to do that regularly. Which is why I keep flopping back and forth on cooking and magic being the worst one. And that's kind of why I want to do some of the clue scrolls and hopefully get 3 together. Because then we could guarantee a cask and have a chance at literally any staff, honestly, would be an ability to just auto-cast that. What do you mean we're not getting enough frames? Oh, we were dropping a couple of frames. Okay, thanks, ISP. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that one. If there was a way I could boost my magic to cast a spell, it'd also take like a level off of us. Same with cooking. I'm looking for spells. Do you not have the listed spell, like, XP here? Okay. List of spells. There we go. Level, experience. Okay. Firebolt is 22.5. Double that to, like, 45, basically. Plus whatever we're hitting the enemy for. So kind of just wherever that is centered out. Superheat is 53. If we could get regular drops of iron. Snare is 60. If we could get regular drops of nature runes. And high alch is 65. So yeah. Basically, we are kind of training that as best as we can, sadly. Keep fishing. That's just kind of where I'm at with that a little bit. I'm looking at the numbers we have. Fishing is further XP for us. Even though we need 65 cooking. Doing this is kind of getting us there. This is very AFK-able too. That's kind of why I'm like, even if it's a higher thing, even if our XP amounts aren't as good, I may dump it into, like, magic if I get a lamp. Oh. And it's this guy. Ugh, what a waste. Yeah, sure. You're a waste of my time, dude. I'm still going to do it because it's probably going to be money. Nope, it's a singular gold ring. It is, garbage. It's not good. It's not even a ring that we can necessarily use. That's probably not even been worth doing, but man, of all the events I could get, it's the guy who is actively, like, never given us anything useful, more or less. Literally anything else would have been better, I think, except for the strange plant. Anything that had given us a gemstone or something noted would also have been just a complete waste of time. Anything evil Bob, because fishing level doesn't matter for us anymore. Yeah, I guess it was money, so it's not the worst that we could have gotten, but still, there's so much stuff that, even if we couldn't use the item, would have been better. Any of the, like, costume pieces would just be one step closer to getting more lamps. Yeah, I'm just putting that away for now. No reason to hold it. And let's see. I'm probably going to get my next cooking level here. Why not? Ah, man. That's not what I wanted to click. So I think next cooking level, get a little bit more money. Then what? I don't really want to go down there and flinch hit them, do I? And again, how many kills are we at from 300? About 11. I guess we can flinch hit them 11 kills. Why not? Wouldn't be the worst. Bunch of timers. I get farming grind next. I guess I'll set up the timers. Oh god, we're getting nothing but sardines again. The worst option. Great. Probably dump all the sardines and just keep the herring for healing. By the way, there are multiple things in this area that I'm over 1,000 kills on now. If I hit like 1,000 kills on all the basic enemies everywhere, do I count that as good enough to backlog something? That'd be a ridiculous requirement to backlog something, but, you know, at least it'd be punishment for backlogging. Oh. If I want to backlog something, I have to kill 1,000 of each enemy in the area. God, how much would that cost me? Time-wise? Yay, cooking level. We can now bake potato with egg and tomato. God, if only. That wouldn't be bad if we had access to all those items. I only have 41 hobgoblin kills, weirdly enough. Oh yeah, because the best drop they had, I got very quickly. That's funny. Imps can drop eggs. What else can imps drop? Just out of curiosity. They cannot drop a bucket of milk. Okay. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna have to call my ISP again. This will be the, what, 4th time this week? Are they even open yet? Yes. We good? We done dropping frames for no fucking reason? Oh my god, that's so annoying. I can't wait for them to claim that they're on their 3rd week of maintenance in a row and that I should just wait. Seriously, why the fuck can they not do anything correctly? What does this say? Incredibly useful information, as in it's not useful at all, and that tells me nothing, YouTube. God. And there it fucking goes again. Second. Uh-huh. Give me a moment. I'm trying to read what the fuck it's saying. No, YouTube. My bit rate is not 3000. Or 2841.94. No data. Warning. No data. Warning. Error. Error. Just waiting for this to pass. Oh, the stream health is poor? Yeah. Don't say. Fucking hell. Man. There it goes again. Oh my fucking god. That's not what I wanted to click. If this keeps doing this enough, I'm literally going to BRB from the stream, mute myself, and call them and demand they actively say what's actually fucking going on. It has been weeks now of this fucking issue, and they've been giving me the runaround. This was happening on fucking Halloween. Just doing something so this stays active while I watch my upload speeds go all over the place. Can't wait for them to cleanse the fact that I have this dog shit Wi-Fi adapter on, even though that every time I plug it in, it actively makes everything worse. Alright. Alright, BRB. Gotta yell at the fucking ISP again. Okay. 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 So, just called them. Told them exactly that the problem wasn't going away. Oh yeah, I see you have some trouble on your upstream. God damn it. So yeah, they're sending the tech out again. I hope the fuck they don't charge me for this. Also, give me a moment. I need to check something. Okay. Ah, man. Just like, really, though? Like, really? Yeah, whenever I'm actively using it, suddenly they could tell something was wrong. Gee. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't want to fight them normally, by the way, is they hit for 7 still. We'll get a couple of kills this way, though. But yeah, if it drops like it was, I'll probably just end stream. I don't like doing short streams in the morning, but realistically, this is the only time of day that it seems to be stable at all anymore. God, I really don't want to do the grind like this still. But, let's just try to get 11 more kills, I guess. Get ourselves to 300 total. And then, after that, I'm not sure what I'll do. Like, I know this isn't entertaining in any way for 99.999% of the populace. I just won't, like... I'm not somebody to make videos. I hate video editing. But I also want documentation that, in fact, this stream is... Like, not stream. This challenge is still ongoing, and I am doing it. And as much as I'd love to do more streams of this challenge, we're kind of in one of those spots where... I don't know. This is just one of those grinds that isn't really something that I think most people would want to see all of. I don't even want to see all of it, and I'm doing it. But man, I just want, like, the shield to drop, the bone to drop. I just want one of my tasks done before I end stream somehow. Realistically, the shield is probably the most likely out of any of that. I guess I could do one of the other things and be like, there, I did a task on stream. Yay. Ugh. Yeah. I could cast one just to get their attention. That's a splash. 70 hit points, 40 attack, 1 range, and 1 magic. How much would I need to get my defense over? They have a strength bonus of 31, attack bonus of 29, and an attack speed of 5. Okay. Slash and crush, they have resistances to. Good to know. 0 magic and 0 range defense. Huh. That's interesting. Stabbing them is the best option. Crush is the second best for melee. I realistically should be just getting as much strength as possible at this point for flinch hitting purposes. I guess I could train that if I get to the point I can use super heat on the guards. Like, if I could flinch hit them for, I don't know, 15 damage, it might be way better. Problem is, I just keep hitting zeros, which is like an issue with our attack accuracy. Which is this. Note that we're above his defense values too. For everything. Hell, our defense is better. But anytime he's still able to hit us for 7 is way more of our health than we can afford to lose at one time. And be able to just stand around and fight these things, you know? That's why we kind of have to do it like this. Maybe if I made like 7 anchovy pizzas whenever that's available to us. Maybe then I could stand around and fight these a little bit easier. I'd still have to pay a lot more attention than I want to, though. Especially with how often we hit zeros. I don't know. Would getting my attack level up to, like, say, 55 ensure that we always at least hit? Like, even a 1? Looking at what we've got drop-wise, we've hit multiple of similar items. Notably the 2 bananas. I am so annoyed with the 2 bananas. That could have been literally anything of value. Even any of the seeds would have been a better value. Here, let's see how much we can actually do without actually, you know, flinch hitting. Just as, like, a kind of indicator to how much we can take. Yeah, no. We're still getting hit for, like, way too high of numbers regularly against these. And still not hitting enough. Like, if you're gonna AFK fight things a little bit, you need to not be getting hit regularly like that. Ugh. Hell, if we could just get, like, full mithril, we'd probably be able to AFK him. At least a little bit. More than 1 or 2 at a time. I'm not even sure the mithril shield will help us that much. 9 more. The money drops aren't bad, but they're nowhere near as good as they used to be. Especially when we could just not AFK, but just pickpocket somewhat semi-AFK. Be getting a lot more way quicker with just a little bit better luck. / higher level. Plus, this requires me to pay full attention. And if there's anything that's going to make this grind painful, it's having to pay full attention. By the way, funny that all the upload problems stopped as soon as I called them. I just want to point that out. Another black shield. Okay. Well, that's 5 black shields, 5 mithril maces, 2 bananas. Reminder that this has the same drop chance, and we've gotten it and the mithril mace, both same drop chances, 5 times for each. We're running incredibly dry on the one thing we need. I'm starting to, like, question if they actually drop that anymore. If I go 5,000 and they don't drop it once, I'm going to assume that the drop table is wrong, by the way. Like, there's a certain point where I just stop trusting a drop table's information. Sorry, I just had this weird thought. And I'm wondering if I need to go to a free-to-play world. Like, I know drop tables between free-to-play and member worlds can be a little bit different for enemies. I haven't looked this up. Please tell me that's not the situation. I'm going to check. If that's the situation, I'm gonna be kinda amused. Yeah, the drop chances on the table are wrong. On Runelight, it's wrong. They are not the same according to the wiki. That's imp drop table. Oops. I'm looking at on the Runelight, not the wiki. The mithril mace, the plate legs. Okay, black shield is actually a lot easier, so fair enough. A lot easier in that these numbers are also still wrong? What? 5 out of 128 colon 4 out of 128. What? What is this math bullshit you're pulling on me here? The mace and the legs are shown on the wiki to be the same, though, so we've still gotten 5 maces. Just pointing that out. The death runes are the same, blood runes are the same, so if I look over here. Yep, I've gotten those drops. Cosmic runes and water runes. Yep, I've also gotten those. Adamantine arrows are actually not that bad at 1 out of 21.33 there. Interesting. So I'm actually checking to see how much of the drop table I have gotten so far. All weapons and armors except the one that I need, basically. I think I've gotten every single rune. I have not got every single drop of seeds. There's like 1,000 chances, 900 chances. Rune Chevrolet. That is a gym drop table. 4 out of 128 for that to roll the drop table. And then another 1 in 4,096. That's almost as rare a chance to get as the curved bone. No! No! Why? Why? I can't even use these! God, I wish I could! Oh my god, that's the rarest drop I've gotten on this account! Oh! Damn it! How much are these worth? Not a lot. Damn it. Damn it, 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 damn it. Oh my god. Why? That's kind of funny. I'll give it that. That's just funny. By the way, yes, I have gotten 2 long bones, which is a 1 in 400. So I've gotten a 1 in 400 twice. What are the Ragarar seeds? Another 2 1 in 429s. 0.9. Bananas. Yeah. Mithril ores I've also gotten 2 of. So both of those are the same drop chance as the shield. I've gotten 2 rubies and a sapphire, which is once again gem drop table. Can I have the rune spear instead of the runed fucking javelins? No, I can't, but God, the fucking rune javelin drop before the mithril shield. Oh my god. This is what makes this take forever. Those 0 hits are the most common thing, it feels like. I know they're not, but 0 and 1, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. I just roll those so fucking often. That feels bad. What? I need to know what the actual drop chance for that is, because it's more than the curved bone. I can guarantee it. We had to hit a 1 in 400 something, and then a 1 in several thousand. Fascinating. Those are not worth anything either. You know what's funny? If we'd gotten the rune spear, I'd actually probably be able to wield that, wouldn't I? Yeah. Oh. That's kind of funny, actually. Oh well. We accomplished something on stream. What a hyper rare drop that is useless. Also, 6 jugs of wine. Also, 4 beginner scrolls. By the way, these guys drop beginner scrolls of all things. Okay. Oh, that woke me up a little bit, funnily enough. Those are going in the bank and probably never getting used. Fucking please. Just want to kill 7 more of you, then I'll leave you alone for at least a couple hours. Please, stop. Stop the 0. I could just hit 9 to 15, like, consistently, I think I'd be better off. There's another 0 hit. There's a 3. Now just kind of counting. Okay. 3 0 to 4 hits in a row. Okay, reset that counter. Ah, cool, we're finally hitting. Okay, there's one. Now it's not going to do it because I'm counting. Oh, there's a one. Oh, max hit. Yay. Also, yes, I have gotten quite a number of these levels off of doing this. Oh, one. This is why I don't want to do this, by the way. Just look how long this is taking. Oh, no, need to be right there. Yep, because he does this. No! Get your ass back here! Oh, come on. Around the rock, please. Around the world, around the world. There's a 2. Counting again. Okay, there's another 2. That's 2 2s in a row. 3. 4. 5. 'That was 5 times in a row. That's cool. Oh, 1. 2. Okay, well, we can technically only hit a 4 at most here, but hey, 3. I'll count 1 to 3. There we go. That was a 500. Oh, he gained health back, yeah. Okay. Oh, cool. Some alcohol to wash away my sorrows. This is why I was fine putting that away. We're always going to be able to get another container for water. 1. 2. 3. 'We're getting like 3 at a time regularly. He's running away. Get your ass back here. 1. 2. 3. Oh, if we weren't hitting low rolls too. Then another 9. How many times has that happened? Oh, max hit. Yay. Like, if I could max hit 7 times in a row, it'd be a kill. That's how long this is taking. Is I'd need the max hit 7 times in a row. Oh, God. I remember whenever I was younger, I thought Rune was the highest tier stuff you could get. I didn't even know about Dragon Armor. Now I realize that Dragon Armor isn't even high tier. The power levels, man. Power levels that you know of. I'd rather hit 1s than 0s, I'm not going to lie. He's trying to run again. Another 5, and I'll just do something else. God, I'm going to go 3 times dry, aren't I? Plus 3 times dry on the drop rate. If I do that, even offline, I'm just going to immediately start fishing and not care so I can do some cooking grind. Or more and I'll just do something else. Okay, that wasn't soon enough. It's a little weird whenever you have both of those. Sometimes he's able to hit you again. I'm not real sure of the timing on that, but I always just like wait an extra second then. That always seems to work. There's a 4. The funny thing is, the more I do this, the higher my max hit is ultimately going to be, but still. God, if I could get a crossbow, just basic crossbow, that'd also be better. Because at least then I could, you know, get the crossbow bolts at least a little bit regularly. Hell, I've probably stored hundreds of crossbow bolts that I've picked up at this point. I've never been really a fan of range combat in this game. I know it's useful, but for whatever reason, I just never really liked it, even though I don't have a problem with the way it works. I don't know, maybe I never understood it. I never really leveled up range either whenever I was younger. I know I used it sometimes to get kills that I otherwise couldn't. But outside of that, I never really used it much, especially because, again, free-to-play has a lot of restrictions. No fletching, which made it to where I had to buy ammo. So I can see why I probably didn't. I really wish I could, like, roll Remington if I backlog the the curved bone. If I backlog the curved bone, I really want Remington because it has the archery shop. You know? At least then I could stand back and just fire arrows. I think that's the thing that has me the most. Is just, as said before, how much attention I have to pay to this for something that I need to kill at probable minimum 5,000 times, and I'm only at 294. Please take damage so I can justify to myself not dealing with you right now. Please stop hitting 0. Oh my god. Just 4 more. 4 more. Then I'll hit 300 and I'll do something else. Unless one of these 4 drops what I need. Arlander. I'm starting to be able to predict when the H part is going to go away before it actually does. Out there, though. That's something I don't want to get good at. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, technically you have 1 quest done thanks to a very specific tutorial island. I'm not going to lie, part of me, whenever I thought about doing this, thought it'd be funny if I set Tutorial Island as the first area, but then, no. You'd never be able to return there. Am I gonna have to set Tutorial Islands, like waterways, as rollable once sailing is a thing? I really need to figure out what sailing is going to do. Guess I'll find out in like a couple of days. Like double a couple. What is that, 6? Actually 4, so triple a couple. If I do math right. Can I basic math right? 3 plus... Yeah, that'd be 6, so double a few. That's the amount. Yeah. A half dozen or a baker's dozen, because, you know, a baker's dozen is 6. Why? These are probably archaic terms these days, aren't they? Baker's double being 12. Because a baker's dozen is 6. Also, for people who use couple wrong, stop. Couple is 2. It literally is 2. And a few is 3. I know a few is a one that is less clear, but a couple literally has it in the name of couple. A couple is 2. Like, imagine if somebody said, oh yeah, grab a single one, and then they meant, like, 7. Stop misusing couple. Also, if you Zoomer slang, stop. Actually, Gen Alpha slang is even worse than Zoomer slang, though. Like, Gen Alpha basically don't even speak English anymore. They've basically devolved into cave people. But you know, if you spend all your life looking at Twitter, yeah, you're going to devolve into a cave person anyways, but man, children shouldn't be allowed on the internet. Look what it's done to Gen Alpha. Like them and their broccoli hair. Why, by the way, do people younger than me think it's okay to have my great aunt's haircut and the same earrings she wore? What is wrong with you? What's wrong with just using the word cool? Like, cool has been a slang that was passed down through the generations. And now they say whatever the fuck they say. Goat? Why the fuck do people like goats? I hate goats. I need 2 more kills. This is slowly driving me even more insane than I already am. What we got? 3rd Sapphire! Fucking great! We rolled the gym table again! Oh! Reminder, that's a, what amount? 1 in 4 and 128 for weapons. Where is it? Gym table. Where's the gym table? A 4 and 128, and then another 1 and 128. So, yes, every time we roll a gemstone of any kind, that is still rarer than the shield. Whack. Ducking, losing it. Ow. How dare you? Smash. This is what I'm willingly doing to myself. What is wrong with me? Oh great, I'm starting to introspect. Please take more damage so I can leave. You're the last one that I have on my mental, entirely arbitrary quota of 300. I can't even do anything with the gym yet, but I'm going to keep it because crafting later is going to be a thing. I wonder how many gems I have in the bank. Man, looking at my bank is going to be weird whenever I actually unlock a tile with a bank in it. There's probably 100 of cooked shrimp in there. Like 100 at minimum. About to be able to actually get another random event though. So, yay. Strength potion wouldn't really be useful to me, would it? No. No, it wouldn't. God damn it. I'm actually starting to have problems sitting still doing this, by the way. You're wondering why I'm moving around so much. It's just to remind myself that I have a physical form that is able to actually do something other than this. Edit.exe is playing whatever he was. I didn't read what that said before it lowered itself. Is he still streaming? Is Edit still streaming? I want to check. Second, I'm going to see if Edit's still streaming. Seki and Edit are still live. What? It's almost 9 a.m. Why is Seki still awake? That's weird. Is he falling asleep on stream? Oh my god, no, they're still awake. Oh. Oh. He's still streaming. Wow. Huh. Hello, darkness, my old friend. It's good to see you again. That joke becomes incredibly different if you imagine whenever he says darkness, you think of one of the anime girls by that name. Did you know I have flesh? Sometimes I forget that fact. Nature runes! Nature runes! Nature runes! 1 in 32, that's fine. Okay, that's 300 ice giant kills. I don't know why I said it like that. Unironically, I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit more than I normally do. That really isn't worth a lot, but I I don't need multiple of those. Question. What did these guys drop? These tables tend to be a little bit accurate. At least to what they have. Okay. Honestly, not really much of anything. I know there's also the Ice Warriors. It's not really worth my time, I think, to fight them. I don't think they even have a drop that I can use. That other things don't drop at better rates. I know they can drop, I think, the Black Shield. So, not worth my time. Don't need to run energy on. I know I also probably should activate this. Increase my attack by 15%. I am never going to remember to do that, though. I'm keeping these. That's just funny enough to keep. So, how do we feel about Predator Badlands? Nothing. I don't know what that is. Like, I get that it's in the Predator series, but no, I don't care at all, actually. Is that a movie? Is that a game? Is that a comic book? A brand of sandals? I want to throw that man in the ocean. Alright, let's fish and wait for the random event to happen again. We're about halfway to what we need for the other magical spell. Kinda considering maybe doing the pickpocket grind. I see. That sounds incredibly depressing. Being a fan of anything these days sucks, doesn't it? A pretty stained glass window they have in that. Yeah, okay. It's never directly on the hour. There's always some variance. But it's like every 5 minutes-ish, so... By the way, I have this up just to give me some grounding in time. Cool! So if we ever have to do the fishing lobster task at that one island that could be rolled, now we can do it. Okay. What? Can you not detect sarcasm? If you can't detect sarcasm, that might be a sign of autism. Get yourself checked. I know I have a very flat affect, but you know. Okay. What is our progress looking like for today? Honestly, not that bad for just the couple of hours I've been doing this. Especially now that we know that the fish actually exist as a spot. Just gonna eat that one. Eesh. 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 FYI, 4 of these fish is basically worth more than the pizza we could make. Unironically, the fishing grind is basically just going to be how we get food done, I think. Especially because, you know, useful for this. Would you two get yourself stuck somewhere again, please? No? Ow. Why is your sarcasm so brutal? Is it? I can't tell. In fact, I think you're being sarcastic, so... I don't know. Maybe I'm a mean person. Maybe I have low charisma. Maybe I've just stopped caring. Maybe on some level I find it funny. But you know, babies are born worshipping unknown gods. Dwarf Fortress bugs are the funniest thing to read sometimes. Like, any game like Dwarf Fortress usually has some really funny bug reports. But Dwarf Fortress just sometimes gives us gems like, babies are born worshipping unknown gods. Would you stop beating me in the face, you fucking give me your money! Remember, a 50% chance to fail is actually an 85% chance. My patience is worn thin. Thinner than the average Twitter user's skin. You know, nanoscopic level of thin. Fucking god. Ow. The fuck? How many times in a row is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Remember, I have like a 51% chance to pickpocket, so I should technically be getting more than I'm not at a rate of about 1%. But I have a debilitating debuff called being me. Jesus Christ. This is why I just want to fish. I don't want to pickpocket. I don't want to cast magic. I don't want to kill giants. I just want to fish, cook fish, and fish more. Let me fish and grill! Ooh! Get stuck. Get stuck. Get stuck behind the bed. Get stuck. You Richard Gobbler. No, don't use the fishing rod on the guard. It's not going to be effective. Not Ganondorf. Money! 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 Freaking lollies! Wow, level 46 thieving. My requirement was level 40. Yay! The moment that I have these people trapped. Hi, Lynx. How are you? How was your sleep? Your day's going well. Damn it. Stop hitting me in the head! Give me your money! Just want the gold. Just all the gold. Give me your gold. Gold! Wow, we're actually having better luck with him stuck here like this. Wonder why. I have yogurt. I'm happy. That's good. Shit, that's what I forgot to buy last time I went to the store was yogurt. I want yogurt now. I did buy ice cream though. That's why I didn't buy yogurt. Never mind. I have ice cream that I could have later. Yay, ice cream. It doesn't matter what my budget is. I've been buying these little, like, bags of cups of ice cream for $5 at the store. It has, like, I don't know, like 20 cups of mixed chocolate and vanilla ice cream in it. And I just have those, like, every day. Just one a day. Lasts almost a good portion of the month. Just one of those things where it's like, I'll have one of these every day and it'll last a month and it only cost me $5 and I won't just sit here and eat all of it because I have the brain of a dog sometimes. Alright, time to fish. About 3,000-ish more money, we can start working on the other thing. Like, as long as I have 100 casts of this spell, I think I'll be better. Honestly, I really do kind of want to get super heat. Just so I can, like, see if I can boost my smithing. I don't even know what I'd do with it. Yes, phone? You have scheduled a... Yeah, I have. Thank you. I want to check something really quickly. Ah! If I can use super heat to boost my smithing up to whatever level it needs to be, I could get iron throwing daggers. What level do I need to be for that? Where is it? Where? Throwing daggers? 22. Do I want to do that? Unironically, if I'm able to use super heat for that, do I want to do that? Thank you, water. Thank you. Thank you for doing that to me, you shit. So yeah. Those are level 1 throwing items. I wouldn't be able to use them a lot, but... I kind of like expensive yogurt. There's cheap ones I like, but the expensive ones are better for me. I don't know what you mean by expensive. But I'll keep that in mind. I like the yogurt that I can get that has like the M&Ms in it. If I get yogurt, it's usually those. I have a sweet tooth. Which is all of them. $5 for a pack of 4. Yeah, I think that's around the same price as what I get. So, whatever. I really need to start looking into bulk. Like, certain non-perishable kind of foods that I can grab in bulk just for a certain level of safety. I know I can get rice pretty cheap. Rice is one of those things that isn't that bad. I'm trying to remember all the food I bought yesterday, and I can't. That's probably a problem. Ones I like where a single is 77 cents. Ah, fair enough. Oh yeah, I bought these little coconut cookie bar things. They're okay. They don't have the bad coconut flavor to them. Like, it's just cookie with a slight hint of coconut. They're okay. Oh yeah, I also bought, like, chicken nuggets and mini hot dogs, I think, because I can just throw mini hot dogs in the air fryer, and I get them at, like, I think $3 or $4 for a bag. I don't count something as expensive if it's less than $1 per, like, cup or serving or whatever it is. That doesn't really strike me as expensive, you know? He got out from the spot he was trapped in. Dang it. Ow. Depending on how big a serving is. I kind of really just want to get superheat so I could attempt to see. Little experiments like that are what are keeping me sane right now. Which is also why I'm not looking it up. Because if I look it up, then I'm just left with an answer. And I don't get any theorizing in, which is usually something I only need to do whenever I'm looking up something specifically towards something else. Though I'd love to have better chances at pickpocketing these guys. As much as it's feeling my need to cook. We're still quite a bit off from another cooking level. No, we don't. There is no bulk stores and no Sam's Club. You have to remember, we don't even have a movie theater here. Like, trying to think about what this town has in terms of stores and entertainment. Not a lot. Stop running away after him stunning me. Ah! That guy's getting stuck. That guy's getting stuck. Quick, quick, quick. Trap him. Trap him now. Stop following me. Actually get stuck over there. Nope, he's leaving. However, it just has one screen. We used to have a movie theater here. I think I've mentioned it before recently, but it went out of business because they refused to show anything other than religious movies. Part of my town's problem is that everybody who wants to own a business seems to have the incapacity to understand how to own a business, and thus will start a business and then go out of business within the next year. My biggest complaint about where I live is that people are stupid, which is the biggest complaint I'd have about pretty much anywhere I'd live, so. I have, yeah. Can I please? Please! God damn it. This is starting to get on my nerves really hard that I can't do more than one pickpocket at a time and succeed so far. Like, this is supposed to be a 50% chance, basically. Oh, God. That's 3. 4. 1. Oh, thank God, we're actually managing now. Damn it. I mentioned something. Why did I speak? You're seeing why getting 10,000 gold at a time doing this is something I don't want to do. Mind you, that's the 1 runes, not the 300, like the 700 of everything else I need either. Just need 2,000 more gold. Please, give me it. Honestly, that's good restaurants here. Luckily, the few things that stay in business here that actually are good and ran by people with some level of intelligence is the restaurants. We actually have some pretty good food here, thankfully. Man, I kind of want the lunch special from a place now that I'm talking about it. Maybe I will. Depends on how much I have free to spend this month still. We'll see. I'm not worried about groceries. I have plenty of grocery funds still. More than I could probably use if I wanted to in a month. Possibly 2. I try to be a bit frugal with groceries. Used to, I could kinda skate by on less than $100 for groceries in a month, but, you know, the economy happened. Embody. Hi, Clanker. Autocorrect. Ohio. so let's see. We're not too far off. I just need some better luck with the pickpocketing, and then we can go cast the firebolt spell. Also, if I fish up any more clue bottles, I'm just going to probably hold on to them. What is the guard's drop chances for iron again? Let me quickly check that. Hard. H-U-A-R-D. Thank you, May. Alright, let's see here. 1 in 128 chance. Is that reality? I'm now checking the wiki every single time. Yeah, 1 in 128 chance. Honestly, we're able to fight guards fairly consistently, so that's not really as much of a problem. Plus, that'd kind of be an off-stream grind of me just kind of using superheat for that. I think this is my goal right now. Unlocking superheat and seeing if we can do that iron bar thing to get throwing daggers. The giants have 0 defense against throwing daggers or any ranged weapon or magic. And if I can just stockpile a bunch of throwing daggers instead of having to, like, do certain other things, I think my life will be slightly easier. Like, sure, I still need the magic experience. But sometimes I just don't want to sit there and do that. Would there be anything I could craft out of iron that I'd even want? Outside of the throwing daggers? Don't think so. Outside of getting a jump on actually getting some smithing experience. That's a curious question. I'd have to level up this through stuff that I'm not going to do. Interesting. Might go quiet. Gonna work on art as I watch. Okay, thanks. Yeah, there's not really anything here that I necessarily would want outside of the throwing daggers. Because I think darts require a quest. I'm not sure. As I said, this is kinda just me experimenting for the sake of my own sanity. Plus, knowing what tools I have access to in any way, shape, or form is going to help. How many do we need to pickpocket here? 300 is 10. What? Oh, he walked away. I thought he teleported behind me for half a second. Like, what the fuck? Nothing personnel, kiddo. It's honestly not as much as one might think, given how simple this kinda is to do. As long as we don't get hit every single time, you know, that thing that keeps happening. How's my cooking level looking? 17.65 to the next level. Okay. Percentage. Not EXP. And they're not stuck behind the door, too. It's just so much harder because they wander off after every time they hit me, which adds just like an extra second to my existence being wasted by you overly observant fools in your stupid helmets. Carrying around your stupid sticks you like to throw in people's faces. Money. Damn it. Reminder, I'm supposed to have about a 50% chance of success here. You tell me if I have. El Satan. Satano. You can see the frustrations and the amounts of clicks I'm doing. Which is a lot. It's great knowing that the, like, 6 levels of thieving I have over what is required to pickpocket these guys is probably not even a 1% increase in the probability of managing. I swear to God, I'm going to be like level 60 in thieving before I'm done here. Have I ever managed to pickpocket these guys 5 times in a row? No. Have I been hit by them in the face repeatedly 5 times in a row? Yes. Back here. Give me your money. Also, we're 30 over for a random event. That's also irritating me. Okay, that's 3 steals in a row. Puts us at needing just a bit like 1,000 gold, please. A small loan of 1,000 gold from your pockets, please. The low poly sound of birds from being hit is going to actually be in my nightmares tonight. Please. Wow. It really is not 50%, is it? Oh, God. The worst thing is, I know for a fact I don't have a 100% chance on the level 1 pickpocketing for 3 gold. I'm not going to lie. If I had 100% on those, that'd probably be slightly more worth it. Because then I wouldn't be stunned constantly. But as is, no. Last time I tried that, got 4 in before they stunned me too, which is not much better. not worth the amount they drop. Alright. We almost have another level for attack, which is a slight increase to accuracy. Slight, not very much. We are at 22.41% of the way to the next magic level, needing 3,732 XP. I'm not sure how much the Chaos runes are outright, outside of like 10,000-ish. I don't know what Firebolt's general XP amount compared to cost is. I just know it's a lot quicker. And yeah. Oh yeah, we're almost to another level of prayer, by the way. I have buried so many of my enemies. God. Oh. I did not know that prayer had that much equipment in it. Partially, I also just want this to make my level go higher. Not gonna lie. Like, at certain points, we just will be safer around a lot of things, and that's part of the reason I won't range, is just so we can have a higher level and thus not be attacked by as much. Now, to not be attacked by the ice giants, we'd need to be level 116, I think. That's not happening. Next combat level, 2 attack strength, 2 defense hit, 66 ranged. Aha. 25 magic, and 3 prayer. Interesting that it calculates it for you like that. Fascinating. I don't know why it'd take that much. Never mind, I guess. I guess each level has a value to it. You have to get 66 range? Damn. I thought it was like 1 level per 3 of the combat skills, but apparently not. Also, Slayer is not on there. That's interesting. I thought Slayer was a combat skill. Okay. It shows what I know. Where is that random event? Another 60 gold. Still need around a lot. They stop hitting me in the face. Yeah, I just don't believe at all the numbers I'm being told by the wiki at this point for pickpocketing. I just don't believe it. Damn, we almost had 5 there. Holy shit. Luckily, we can eat whenever we're stunned, thankfully. That was a weird pause suddenly in the game. Every time that happens, I think my internet's about to die. Sorry, keep looking at the time, trying to come up with an excuse to have food instead of this. But, lunch ain't till a while yet. Yep. Lunch is fairly far past my patience. This is the problem with me. The closer I am to something, the more agitated I get whenever there's an interruption. I'd call myself impatient, because I am. Just another 500 gold, man. Just another 500 gold. Give me the 500. 500 gold? Fuck you. Give me 500 gold. Get stuck in the corner. Get stuck in the corner. Give me your money. Oh. 4. Are you really gonna make me have to go get fish? Whenever all I need is 450. God damn you. The day I get superheating, I will not regret killing you over and over 1,000 times for this. Enjoy what little victory you have left in you, unnamed guard number 5. Because whenever I have the spell, your life will become an eternal hell of suffering, of death and rebirth. I will put you through the Buddhist hell of repetition. Son of a bitch! $200 gold, please! Come on! I am being mocked. Two more. 2 fucking pickpocket successes. Still going to have to cook food. Yay, 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 yay! Get me out of here. Just one more. Ow! Should have expected that. Should have just expected that. God damn it. Go fishing. You may be wondering, why the fuck am I making that noise? It's indication that I've lost it. Like, more than usual. I've lost my remaining sense. I have lost my mind. I have spiraled. Spiraled, I tell you. We're going fishing. Yay, fishing. In this game, one of the least awful things to grind is fishing, unlike most games. See, this is how you should do fishing in a game. This right here is the peak of fishing. I hate fishing minigames. I hate fishing minigames. Never make me do a fishing minigame. Let me stand here and just watch my character fish. That way, I cannot even have to look at it because I hate fishing. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday, isn't it? Okay. Breaded chicken, cheese quesadilla, beans, side of rice, with a dessert of ice cream, fried in a tortilla sweetened shell, with sprinkles and a drink. Yes, that's what I'm thinking about right now. And I really hope I have the money for that. Oh, hey, that's the male truck. Opposed to the female truck. I wouldn't want to see a female truck. The idea scares me. Also, if you put truck nuts on your vehicle, you deserve to hit, like, the curb wrong and go flying. You're a detriment to the human race. You deserve to be slapped in the nuts repeatedly with, like, a cane. The glancing blows, too. You know, the ones that hurt more? Yeah, repeatedly. Like I said, the longer things go on, the more violent I get. Yet I don't want to commit more violence. Thank God we can finally go cast magic instead of, you know, rifling through people's pockets. Do I pickpocket the civilian? I think I pickpocket the civilian. Mr. Civilian, you're about to get pickpocketed. I can't even get 5 off on them in a row. Oh my fucking God. Anyways. I am calm, I'm collected, I am lying through my teeth. Monkey! Demon monkey! A bucket of water. Okay. Okay. I think that's one of the rarer drops. That's silly. Ah, cool. They weren't even 10,000 outright. Yay. It is time to wet my hands with, well, not the blood because they're made of ice. I guess I'm casting Firebolt, so wouldn't even be getting my hands dirty. Time to... I can't think of anything. I'm not gonna lie. I can't think of a witticism to say in this situation other than I want to melt the icebergs and kill all ice on the planet and plunge humanity into a dark age of misery and ruin. Except I don't want to do that because there are animes I want to watch that aren't done yet. And Berserk isn't finished yet either. The apocalypse is postponed. Berserk is not finished. Thank you, have good day. I can feel the bags under my eyes actually growing with every passing second. Psychopathy flows through my veins like blood is supposed to be. Wah wah wah. Firebolt. That was a splash. Very cool, because I forgot to switch my armor out. Alright, that's one wasted spell down. Very good. Put that back where it's supposed to be. No, Firebolt. 7. 1. 3. I swear to God, I better hit harder than I can with the other spell, okay? I'm trying to conserve hits because the amount we make off of that for XP is entirely based around the damage it does. Higher spells give more XP. But if I roll a 1 or a 4 guaranteed based on their health value, that is still a 21 I didn't roll. 21 is not my max hit. No, I can't scalp runes. That is literally something I can't... Hi, Gravekeeper. Fancy seeing you here, sure. You had to show up now of all times, by the way? Weird. That... Huh. Okay, that's the farmer or potter or whatever one it is. I'm assuming farmer. Which one is this? Okay, that's farmer, then that would be the pottery one. And that one's farmer. For you. That's farmer. The worst thing is we need to actually do this one because of what it'll eventually give us. That's the mining one. I am scaping runes though, yes. Sorry. I might have misread because dyslexia. I could scalp runes. Would I be above that? That's against the rules, isn't it? So yes, I'm above that. Anyways, hi, warloader. Yes, I'm finished. Please give me whatever you're gonna give me. Funnily enough, that's one way to deposit some stuff. Is that the full zombie set? Let's find out. If that's the full zombie set, next time I get that, I get a pretty good chance of getting XP lamp instead. Oh my god, we have the full zombie set now, finally. Cool. I guess I can put those on because they're not going to affect my magic damage at all. Anyways, back to casting spells. Phew. Ah, that is my previous one. Cool. No loss then. Outside of whatever he healed, but whatever. Notably, they don't have stab resistance, weirdly enough. Wonder why they don't have stab resistance. You'd think it would be resistance to stab and, like, slash, but not crush, because ice. But then again, they probably should also have range resistance by that. Nope. Okay, that was another splash. Okay. 24 is our max hit with that. Cool. We should just have enough. It says I need about 70 more casts. We'll see. If it's enough, I might be able to also just monster inspect to get the next level of cast for superheat to try the one thing that I thought about. God, if I actually need the smithing level, though, that will make me so sad. God, if we got Fire Surge, though, that'd be really funny. But yeah, no, I'm having trouble getting to here, let alone to there. Mind you, this isn't all the magic that's in the game either. There's a bunch of unlockable magics that I just don't have access to. Also, ow. Thanks, game, for making me run up to him like that. Instead of casting from an area obviously in range. God, we are getting that kind of hits on these things with just a hat and a dagger. Jesus. I have to remember I'm looking for the shield too. We're 5 hitting. We're getting 5 on that. Oh, hey, look, that rune that doesn't necessarily help us anymore. Not that I'm going to turn it down. God, those low hits are just so painful, man. Whenever I know we could be hitting 20s and up. Please. Not 2s, not 1s, not 5s. Double digits, please, game. Like that, yes. God, I swear if we get only, like, half the amount we should be because bad rolling. We're already starting to dwindle on the rune count, too. That's not great. Still have about 60-ish casts of this, though. Really shouldn't have done that one. Oh, hey, 400 coins. Apparently, that's a really rare drop, too. At least it's a useful rare drop. Are you serious? Over here. I mean, okay. Really? What'd he drop? Mine, mine, mine. If it was just the bones, there's a good chance I'd have left them, but money's money. Money is legitimately just money to me right now. Okay. You know what? Could you drop, like, nature runes, please? I don't even care about the money drops from you right now. Nature runes would just be great. A single superheat would still be more than I'm getting from these on average, I believe. Cool, now I have to stab. Oh well, attack level, I guess. Wow. Fascinating. It really doesn't feel like I'm a character in my, level 60 combat range. But it's just because I've been fighting these things constantly. What quests are going to be way easier now that I'm this level range? Like, quests that I always thought of as difficult whenever I was younger because I never had a character who got very high level. Because I was kind of stupid and kept doing random other stuff. I always remember the vampire quest being difficult, but I think that got a difficulty nerf. I think a lot of things did over time, though. Adamantine arrows. Not actually all that rare of a drop in here. You. They have trouble pathing through that center area for some reason. Okay, seriously? What? Wow. You gotta be fucking kidding me here, game. You're going to be a problem, aren't you? You die first. I only hit high whenever it's something I can't even get the full kill on. Come on! Just watch those two. Strawberry seed. Owie. What the actual fuck, game? Not see them do this before, by the way. Oh yeah, that was so far we've gotten 10 kills more. Just 10. Stop hitting 1! Oh, that's not worth casting that now again. Why is it always like 6 that I put them down to? Oh. Well, I guess they just shanked him. Okay. I guess you're going around the rock too. Oh, you really almost went around the rock. Jesus. Good thing you're too big and too stupid to figure out that you can just walk around. I just want the shield, man. We're slowly dwindling on this count. You can see why this is painful. We still have how many levels to go, and this is in 100 casts, not even getting that close. Man, body runes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to feel like I should just dump the body runes. Like, outside of the debuff spells, I don't think much uses them. Inspect uses them, but when are we ever going to be using Inspect to the point that I need 600 of these? I wonder if I could sell them for any amount of money worthwhile. Wow, that guy pathed over here, though? Huh. Come on, superheat. Please? Okay. So yeah, that was about 70 experience there. And now back to stabbing. Achoo. 0. Really? 0? Now, of all times? I wouldn't even consider this a good training method if I didn't have the possibility of killing hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds to thousands of these for a single drop. That was another 400 gold, the rare gold drop amount. Please don't let me go 3 times dry on the shield, please. There ain't no dog. There ain't no dogs here. We are dogless. We don't got that dog in us. We just got the grim determination to see this through to a certain point. We have superheat now, though, thankfully. Meaning I can see about that one thing. It would take us a silly amount of superheats, but we need a silly amount of magic XP, so... Another fucking body rune. Another body rune. God damn. How many of those have I gotten as drops? Oh, you know, 444. Absurd amount of them that I don't need. Oh, hey, look, another steel axe. Something that I can't even use. Oh, out. And helmet. Okay. Well, shit. I might as well try to finish this one all off, and then we'll see about superheating. On the bright side, that's what, 29 casts of superheat potentially? Yeah. And these things honestly are dropping nature runes at an okay amount to make it, if it's doable, doable. You know. Assuming we can turn iron into bars without actually having the smithing level. If we need the smithing level, then herpty-derpty, we're going to just have to keep doing it this way. You know what? I'll take the hit on that just for the potential extra level. $15 more bones from these guys and we get another prayer level, by the way, and that's not even till 40. Jesus. Oh, and protect from melee is level 43 prayer. God, if I get that high and I'm not done with all but one task, I think I'm gonna lose it. You know, that thing I've already lost like 3 times in the last 4 hours? Grind session never ends, basically. Yeah. The worst part is how active I have to be kill these because, you know, have to flinch them because they deal too much damage. Don't have a staff, so I can't auto-cast magic. And don't have a ranged option yet. So, all the ways I could kill these require active attention right now. And are way slower than any other method I could be using if I just had the items. Alright. And another 117 coins. Whatever. We barely got any drops out of them, too, that were notable. I've kinda been selling them sometimes, the adamantine arrows. And sometimes I've just been throwing them in the bank. I don't foresee a future soon where I have high enough range to be even able to use those. But holding on to some for the future far off isn't a bad idea. We also want to unequip those. Technically, wearing them is a detriment because of the 0.03 weight. A detriment that doesn't matter, but we're still going to throw it in the bank. Have we hit 24 hours again? Nope, 1 more hour and this account will have 4 days of playtime on it. I have never left this area. And we've only killed... Oops! Oops, that broke it. Oops, sorry. 1 second. I hate how quickly that breaks with OBS. There we go. If you're wondering what all the sidebar stuff was, that's just the various panels of information I have open at any given time. Literally nothing, basically, besides what I've already stated repeatedly. So, let me just double check. Cooking, requirement, 65, have 51. Defense, 20. Wear mithril armor of some kind, which is the shield. We have 47. Magic, 55. We have 43. Obtain mithril square shield. Complete Pirate's Treasure Part 1. Just like the first part of it, which is basically accept the quest. Complete Skippy and the Mongoose Part 2. Paramja Diary Easy Task 4, collect curved bone. That's all we have to do still, by the way. All of that I just said. One of which I'm about to go do because I realized, oh yeah, I have a bucket of water from the imp now. Fuck? Seriously? Nothing. Did I use this on the guy? Did I get to the part where I throw water at him? He just keeps wandering away. Okay, that... sober him up. Okay. Wonderful. That's that done. Yay, we got a task done. Yay. Literally just remembered, oh yeah, I have a way to do that now because it dropped. Yeah. Yay. Alright, let's go beat up the guards now and see if we can't get a piece of iron ore. I hate how the door keeps closing and nobody did it. The funny thing is, I have like 2 other easy tasks that I'm just not doing because it doesn't matter. Literally, accept a quest and whatever Karamja diary task for easy is. What is this? Travel to Port Saramin via the dock east of Musa Point. I can't do that? Yeah, that... Oh. I can technically do that. Oh yeah, I actually can technically do that. I forgot that that's on the same chunk as the church. Huh. That's funny. Too bad that's not, like, somewhere that has different fish. God damn it. I kind of forgot. Because if I open this up here... Yeah. That's available right there. Like, we can technically go to this island, I just don't think there's a reason to. Outside of that diary task, apparently. Oh hey, another bronze arrow. Notably, I have been collecting those just because I'll eventually need them. Potentially if we roll this chunk because it has an archery shop. I should inspect monster on these just to see what their weakness is. Like, what's their lowest defense value, I mean more aptly. They're actually weakest to stab again. They actually have very bad magic resist, though. They have -4 to hit on defense. So, that actually boosts my ability to hit them with magic. Wait, I have to know something. Is not a Slayer monster, no elemental weakness. Man, if these guys had elemental weakness, they'd be screwed because I'd start hitting them with magic. But no, they don't. So they're safe for now. From me, you know, burning their faces off or whatever. They're still getting hacked to pieces, though. That's Crush. We need to use Crush. They're more likely to get hit by Crush, so, yeah. Not that we don't need to be grinding up strength anyways, because that's a higher max hit with melee weapons. And accuracy is not 100% a problem per se. It is, but it isn't. Look how much weaker that is. -37 compared to the axe, but plus, like, an extra 2 speed. Alright. Well, time to just start killing. Oh boy, here I go. Killing again. See, this 1 in 28 is not as annoying. Because I can literally just, like, stand here and hit them with the axe and not have to do that one thing. It's just easier. I guess, if I end up getting, like, some death runes, I could use the earth shot thing at them. Water, earth, whatever I have at the time for that other spell type. I could do that. Just because that'd probably be a bit better. Hi, Sam. Okay. So we're trying to get just see about an iron drop from these guys. If I can superheat iron, then we do have a chance at range weapons. Notably just the knives, but hey. That's still just something to do instead. Although I have a feeling we're not really going to get much of a chance at that. I do want to get these up to 50 as well, but God. Rain. If only there was a spell to turn that into flour. Honestly, these guys' drop table isn't awful. It's just not the best. Like, they have a chance of dropping basically every single type of rune I necessarily need. That's the funny thing. They drop air, earth, fire at 1 in 64 according to, you know, rune light. Ow, that was a pickpocketing one I have set. Oops. And then they drop blood, chaos, and nature runes at 128. Funnily enough, same as the iron ore, weirdly enough. Still need to get fish, though. But yeah, luckily they're not hitting us as often as they were before. I guess them still hitting us means I still need to cook food occasionally, which is probably good for the overall grind since we need to get to that one cooking level. Still, I know how I'm going to do this. I'm literally just probably going to walk my ass down here, fish, cook fish, throw them in bank, and possibly lamp whenever I can. Lamping, it wouldn't be too awful either. It wouldn't be that helpful, but it'd be helpful. But I'm also kind of like thinking that I should probably dump it into magic still. Magic's a lot less easy for us to grind, whereas fishing we can just easily get there. Not easily, but just over time, you know? I have one chaos rune left, and I know I shouldn't cast it, but I really just want to hit one of these guys in the face with an earth blast. Goblin in the place, kill, kill, kill. Goblin in the place, kill, kill. Bronze. That actually has a better magic defense. Probably still negative magic defense overall, though. I think the best magic shields that aren't specifically magic equipment are the wooden ones. And I'm not going to lie, part of me still kind of wants to get wood cutting up, but I really should ignore that impulse in my head. That's not going to help me at all. God, if I could get a crossbow, though. Crossbow wouldn't be bad. We'd at least be able to get the, If we can smelt iron, we could make crossbow bolts, technically. After a while, mind you, but still. Because the fishing place sells feathers. And a crossbow bolt is only, like, smithing up the bolt and then adding feather to it. Mind you, we'd still need to get that up, so that's not necessarily doable. As far as I know. You'd still have to get, like, fletching up somehow. 39. Yeah, okay. I don't know. We are on the precipice of several kind of annoying grinds all around us. That, unfortunately, most of this would not be helpful for. Level 40 fishing, though, kind of future-proofs us pretty well. There's at least that, I suppose. How much have I gotten drop-wise from these guys that is iron? 4 pieces total out of 805. Yeah, that's still not a very likely amount, but man, I just need a break from the giants, so I'm going to keep doing this. God, how many kills do we have on the giants now? 316. 128 was it? Times 3. 384 apparently is our next dry on that one. We go 3 times dry on the mithril shield. I may, whenever I continue this grind off stream, just kind of give up on that for a little while and focus on this. Or at least just cooking. The main hope is we can find out if I can even get some smithing XP this way. It is literally just an experiment, but hey, whatever. We're not entirely wasting our time here. Especially if we just get a couple of rune drops, too. These guys have dropped for me a total of 515 iron bolts. God, if I could superheat these down back into bars too, that'd be funny. But I'm pretty sure there's no actual level requirement to using superheat on iron, at the very least. In fact, I should check that, shouldn't I? What is the smithing requirement for iron bar again? It has been so long since I've had to care about that kind of thing. I'm also not going to turn down the chance to have some okay grinding for other stuff. 15. For iron bolt set. If I ever get a crossbow, at least I'd be able to train it that way. Oh, hi edit. Hi edit viewers. Hi. We're committing suffering. Box raid, yeah. Hi edit. I'm still just doing what I've been doing with this game, which is pain. Hello, hi raiders, hi. I assume Edit's going to get some sleep. Oh hey, another iron dagger. I have to be careful not to throw mine away. Oop, that. I need to remember I put the guys in helmets on pickpocketing. And the dudes with hair on bashing their skulls in. You know, reasonable. Hola. Oh, man. But yeah. We're another 5 hours into just grinding this out. Fuck. One can hope, but who knows if he sleeps. Yeah, honestly. Game started freezing near end of stream, then we started some specimen on Steam that had the most banned reviews I've seen on Steam. Oh. Like banned by the devs or banned as in Steam banned them? Because that changes my view of what you just said drastically. Ow. Ow. How hard do you punch? It's unlikely we're going to get an ore drop from these guys. But you know, it's a lot nicer to do this than what we were. 86 games, 166 reviews. It says Steam moderator, but not sure what that means. That is insane. How bad was the game? Or were people just like being freaks? I'll say this review has been banned by Steam moderator for violating the Steam's term of service. It cannot be modified by the reviewer. Oh. Then I think, yeah, that's probably outright, like, actually Steam banning the reviews. Huh. That's weird. No, no person, not the game. The dude had a... Oh, that's what you mean. Jesus Christ. We stalked... Okay, that's what you mean by some specimen that had the most banned... Okay, I understand better now. It's not like a game called Some Specimen. Hello, Rudy. The dude had a... Jesus Christ. I'm kind of curious what the fuck he was saying in those reviews. Like, I can think of two ways they went. Actually, a couple. One, nonsensical. Like gibberish. Literal spam of some kind. Down bad. Or like, you know, blaming global events on a specific group of people kind of statements. Which would also be off topic. One banned review was on Ellen. I wonder if you could find screenshots of that dude's reviews. Huh. He's racist? Oh, that's less funny. And it'd be really funny if he was like down bad for literally every single game. But I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to know what his review of Ellen was. Like, I seriously kind of want to know, because that sounds like it'd be really funny. Maybe Wayback Machine? Possibly. What is some of the other games he has banned reviews on? Because I just have in the back of my head, wonder how many banned reviews he has on, like, hentai games, you know? And if there's a clear, like, line of what ones he, you know, was leaving banned reviews on. You know, because there's a weird correlation. Excerpt from his alt's description. Oh boy. Oh, we're talking that kind of race. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Amazing. We start to think he might be Chinese. Yeah, that would line up a little bit, I guess. Chinese racism tends to be a little bit more funny. Especially whenever it's misspelled horribly in English. Born. He seems like a psyop. That's funny. You know, that's not even an impossibility either, is it? That guy could just be a, like, Chinese psyop. That happens time to time. He also, he has artwork on Steam that is scratch code. The kid coding website. Oh. Okay. Edit. I ask you this because it probably occurred to you as well. But if you compiled it all together and ran it, what do you think you would get? If you can't tell already just looking at it, because, you know, you're you. That seems like something you could do. Really? Meh. Just dump all that in there and go fishing again. Yay, fishing! It's in Japanese. I see. I'm still vaguely curious. IDK how to read it, but scratch code is pretty basic to read. Yeah. We really should find out what all of that says and does. Because I'm just so curious. Oh, I just had a horrible thought. I dread the thought that some people made multiplayer games in Scratch. Yeah. I mean, give somebody who loves the code a challenge and, like, an extreme restriction, and they're going to enjoy themselves. somehow. You know how things go. I hope. If you don't, welcome to the internet. Have a look around. You'll see horrors beyond your imagination and trivia info you'd never guessed before. I wasn't doing the song, just so you know. Didn't even occur to me till that second that I said that. I've heard the exact same 3 tracks in this game over and over for the last 4 days and 39 minutes. We've did it! 4 days on this account. I'm severely concerned for my health and well-being. Well-being, not hell-being. Cookie fish. But yeah, I really want to know what that scratch code turns into if you can line it up correctly. I forgot I could do that for the last 5 hours. I can just randomize the music. Because, you know, I'm a totally stable, insane individual at this point. I'm still thinking about the lunch special from the one restaurant. God damn it. Ah, please tell me I have enough spending money. I just want it now. Usually I ignore something that I won't for a certain amount of time, and if the desire doesn't go away by then, it kind of just cave. Another 10 minutes and we might be able to get another random event. That'd be nice. Purely a reading Japanese thing? Yeah. I'm betting there's a way to do that without having to necessarily, like, hand translate it. I bet there is a way to just input the image somewhere and get a rough translation enough to be able to tell what it says. I'd say I'd help, but it's probably in kanji, which means I probably couldn't read any of it at all. I've kind of taken a break from learning Japanese for the last month or so. I'll occasionally get on and do just some, like, retention practice, but yeah. Suffice to say, things have been annoying enough that I have actively just felt no desire to learn another language right now. I was intending to pick it up again this month, but, you know, ever since, like, before Halloween, I've been dealing with some stupid shit. Do that on the website. Yeah, I'm just saying, I wonder if it's going to be good enough to be able to, like, properly translate it. Because I'm not gonna lie, Google Translate's Japanese feature is not very great. For one, it's Google, so it's going to tell you wrong answers in places. Anything at all, kanji filters me. Kanji is one of those things where it's kind of required. But I'm just kind of like realizing a lot of Japanese lessons don't actively put kanji in your face if they're intelligent until you have a solid grasp on everything else. At least enough to where it's not going to be a problem. And a lot of learning stuff where it does give you kanji usually does what like manga does for younger audiences, where it puts the hiragana over the kanji as well. Night edit, sleep well. I don't even want to pick up the dagger. It actually irritates me enough to shuffle around my inventory every time I go to sell one that I don't want to pick it up. Yes, that'd be one useful benefit of going and getting the steel one instead. But that'd be a really dumb thing to grind for, I say, as I'm doing something incredibly stupid for a silly grind reason. But yeah, learning Japanese is just kind of one of those things I want to do for a couple of reasons. I'd love to be able to play games in Japanese. Partially being one of the reasons. A medium clue scroll. That's kind of a rare drop. I'd also like to be able to watch and read manga and anime without it being molested by a group of weirdos from America and like Europe and Canada who have a deep-seated hatred for people who do better jobs than they do. So, you know, that's also a benefit. There's so many games that also just never got translated into English that I kind of had a vague interest in as well. And while translation patches probably exist, some stuff it'd be hard to get a hold of. I wish I could, but I just fail every time I try. If I would have just done it the first time I wanted, I would be fluent now. That's not the way you think about things, man. Failure is just a part of learning as anything else. There is no perfection in anything you do, and you'll not perfectly be able to learn anything. A lot of learning is also dedication. Yeah, that's true. No use crying over spilt milk. Yeah. Probably just put too much pressure on and then killed the fun. Probably, too. Yeah. Hell, I have occasionally, over the last many years, slowly picked up more and more Japanese. There have been times I've just outright quit learning, only to return to it later, and have a better time after that. Hell, see all the times I played Factorio as an example. How many failed, like, attempts I had of getting into that game, and then one day I just suddenly had it click, more or less, and was able to figure it out. Japanese is a neat language. Weird from an English perspective, but neat. It has a couple of weirdly structural similarities to Spanish, of all things. Not a lot, but just enough that I noticed it occasionally. That, and honestly, learning any language, I really should just learn Japanese because, VTuber. Kind of one of those things that is actually useful to know, especially given how many, kind of support things for VTubers in a business sense, even if it's like non-direct, are in Japanese. See software and software guides. A lot of artists are also in Japanese. I'd like to know more Japanese too, just so I can read Japanese Twitter artist posts of just random fucking like little comics that appear for Toho. A little bit of a silly reason to want to learn Japanese, but yeah. I like the Toho artists on Twitter's art. And I'd like to be able to read what some of the jokes in the comics they draw are. The funniest thing about Japanese to me is katakana. Because it's often an exercise of me going, what is this word? Trying to sound it out, and then going, oh, okay. Because at first it can be incredibly obtuse as to what it is, and then you say it out loud once you fully figured it out, and it's like, oh. Suitcase. Especially if you put the accent on it right. Some words sound completely incomprehensible unless you put the accent on it right sometimes, and that's just funny. Orange juice. Yeah. Juice. The juice is funny because it refers to so many things that aren't juice. Super. Fuck, what are some other funny ones? It's not in katakana, it is just straight up the word, but I don't know why I'm infinitely amused by the Japanese word for car being kuruma. Baste. Fuck, what are some of the other silly words that just amuse me whenever I first saw them? I'd have to look. My brain is kind of blanking on exact words right now. Oh fuck, what was the word for international relations again? Like, the political term for international relations. It was a really fucking long one for the point I was at. Let's see. Christmas. Christmas. Man. I think nice is funny just because of the, like, how obvious what it means is. The one problem with the randomized music, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Whenever you don't have a lot of areas unlocked, you'll hear a lot of RuneScape theme music for various points in the year. Which is just, I'm not gonna lie, kinda just as bad as hearing She Shanty 2 for 2 hours straight. She Shanty. Also, Japanese having multiple words for 4 keeps throwing me off. Because there's a specific, more acceptable word for 4, but my brain always just goes, ichi, ni, san, shi. Shi is 4. It is not the one you're supposed to use a lot because 4 is also death. Shine is telling someone to die. Oh yeah, also the honorifics in it throws me off a little bit. Yeah. Like, how does it go? Watashi wa koko desu. I am here. Versus Ore wa koko da. Ore wa koko da. I'm here. Very different meanings. One of them is basically being like, hey motherfucker, we're gonna fight. The other one is vaguely like, just like kind of what is the word? Slightly formal declaration of your presence. Or arrival, I guess. You being wherever you are, because here. Koko, koko, soko. A lot of Japanese also throws me off because a lot of words use very similar sounds because there's a rule behind it that I still don't know and I haven't figured out yet for a couple of things. It's kind of been difficult to figure it out because I can't find an explanation for it. And it has to do with like descriptors a lot too. Sore, kore, soto. Don't they skip most words anyways? Depends on your meaning of that. There's a lot of things they don't have. And a lot of things are contextual, as far as I can tell. Like, take des. Just being kind of the ender thing for a lot of things. It could mean a lot, but it's entirely specific. Watashi. And conversations are very contextual, yeah. There is rules to when you don't have to specify. But it's a lot like, how best to put it? Watashi wa koko desu. I am here versus koko desu. That's a lot like, I guess, being like here. Just saying here. Which English has a lot of just skipping, like, certain words, too. In a similar vein, I guess. I'm not entirely certain. I'm not very far into grammatical rules. Mostly because I keep failing those. Especially whenever there's descriptors and the grammatic rules that I need to be learning. And there's a certain order that you have to put descriptors in that I'm still not comprehending. Because English kinda has rules about it, but also kinda doesn't in a lot of ways. Yeah. We still haven't seen a drop of iron yet, which is our primary purpose for killing these guys. Honestly, we're not getting much anywhere killing these guys right now. Kinda wondering if I should just wait to see about that, but Boku wa, ore wa, watashi wa, and wa ain't even correct a lot of the time. I've seen people use watashi ha. I'm not sure what's up with that one. And it could be anything from there's a specific rule about that to it being a regional dialect thing. So, who knows? Especially because oh, okay, well, I guess so. There it is. Ha is wa? Yeah. But I've heard pronunciation very specifically as ha and pronunciation as wa, you know? So I'm wondering if there's some, like, rule to that or what. Ah, damn it. We need... Okay, well, that answers that question. Sag. Basically, that was an attempt to see if we were able to kind of start smithing and get a hold of a couple of things. But we'd have to lamp smithing up to 15 there, so... it's no longer a worthwhile idea at that point. Kapusi. Spallone spabagoose goodies. I haven't watched a lot of Vine Sauce in a while. I really should. His sense of humor is one of those things I have to be, like, kinda ready to listen to, though. There's a lot of people who have senses of humor that can either be mildly entertaining or horrifically irritating to me, depending on how I'm feeling. Suffice to say, in the last 2 months, a lot of things have been a lot more irritating because I've just been irritated. I think our best method of getting things done is to pickpocket guards until we have enough money to buy the runes. Go cast the magic on the giants. Once we're done with that, repeat. That's not great, but yeah. Everything in internet culture eventually points to Vine Sauce. Well, it's kind of like how everything in internet culture eventually wraps around and is somehow related to Toho. Or, like, such things. Because, trust me, people who don't know what Toho is, you've seen Toho. You just don't know it. You've probably shared Toho memes and not known it. But yeah, a lot of internet culture also points back to Vini. Good old Vina Sauce and his schizophrenic hallucination self of Joel Bull. Hell, how far did Granddad travel in the day? You know? Fucking song is this? Gnome Village Party? When did I unlock that? Where did I unlock that? Hey, caramba! Fuck. This doesn't sound like gnome music to me. At all. I don't think I've ever heard this music in game before. 7 Granddad. Flintstones? Yeah. Hell, how many individual, like, corruption faces has Vinny seen become, like, memes in their own right that traveled far beyond him? Almost said behind him. You know, because he's out front of internet culture a lot somehow. But it's not a surprise. Whenever someone is, like, as big as Vine Sauce is, hell, of course their internet memes are going to end out in more places. Look at Germa. I know Germa only from his collabs with Vine Sauce and a few other people, and the memes about Germa. I have not watched a single thing Germa has actually put out on his own. Ever. Like, ever. By the way, I think one of the funniest things Vine Sauce has ever done was a, perfect Mario 64 ice slide that was thought to be humanly impossible, and he didn't even notice, and thought people were messing with him whenever they were freaking out. Sometimes they're really funny. Yeah. There's some people that I unironically think are better to watch as, like, clip highlights than their actual streams. Not that that is meant as an insult, it's just preference. There's some people I prefer to watch over the clips, to be honest. Well, that usually depends on the type of person. What a weird line up with the music that was. But yeah, I remember watching a lot of Vinny's old playthroughs of, like, Zelda games in particular. God, that's been a long time now, hasn't it? Oh no. I don't like thinking about the passage of time. Almost only through clips. The problem with watching VTubers for me is that there are so many of them who stream for like 14 hours a day, edit.exe. And so it's really hard to watch a lot of them. Because there's not enough hours in the day and they all stream. For like 5 or 6 hours a day sometimes. And then there's like normal YouTube videos I'd like to watch too. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine streaming like, I don't know, 6 hours at a time doing something incredibly tedious. for some reason beyond human comprehension. Like, I don't know, playing an extreme one chunk man Iron Man account on, you know, RuneScape. What kind of fucking brain dead psychopath does something like that? I did not mean to bury my axe in your face, but hey, now it's on, isn't it? That's like one of the few times I didn't intend to commit violence, but it's happening anyway, so might as well enjoy myself. I really should make more clips of my content, what little is clippable worthy. But man, I hate video editing. I cannot tell you enough how much I hate video editing. The fact that I've made clips at all of myself is actually kind of amazing. Like, those barely took me any time and I still fucking hated every second of it. I don't even know why I did it. Just kind of went, I should do this, and I did it. That happens a lot. Ripple delete. Oh my fucking god, I hate ripple delete. Yeah. Hey, you're trying to, like, delete this one section, so we're just gonna delete everything around it. Who is the monkey who slapped the keyboard and went, that's a good idea? You troglodyte. Stop adding that. I don't know where that's even useful. But it certainly isn't for me. It's an active detriment most of the time. It's like sticky keys. What psycho decided that sticky keys should be on by default? I'm also surprised at the rage I have for this. I was unaware that I felt this way. Is this Christmas music? Escape ground. I'm not sure if this is Christmas music or not. And it's making me vaguely angry. I hate Christmas. What is this music for? Why are there so many songs I have unlocked that I know for a fact I've never heard in game before? 5, 6! Damn it! 6 new max for this day. We got 6 bags of coins today. Yay. Let's go get more food. I've reached the point where seeing the number 6 on the number of bags I got at once was an excitement in my life. I need help. For you, maybe. Not for me. Not gonna say what I was going to say, but let's just say that I have a lot of reasons to hate Christmas that are very personal. Anyways, I'm more of a Halloween person. I like Halloween. I just hate how Halloween keeps getting ruined for me by the government, sending me paperwork. I think it's super stressful. Can be for a lot of people, yeah. Ugh, for a lot of people, it's actually a pretty miserable time of year. Like, the holiday season in particularly is miserable for a lot of people. Fell off for you. The problem I have with Halloween is, oh my god, I am so sick of slop horror, like friend slop horror games. There was like basically nothing good that released on like Halloween specifically this year. Like we got Silent Hill F, but that was quite a bit before Halloween technically. But yeah, horror in general has been in a bad space for quite a while now, especially because a lot of people keep making French slop horror. And realistically, I kind of fucking hate multiplayer horror games. Did we even get a Halloween demo disc this year for like the PS1 horror demo disc? I know that often happens sometimes on Christmas though. Would you agree with me that the quality of Steam sales in general seems to have deteriorated? Not necessarily the Steam sales, just what is popular has been kind of dog shit lately. Like, there's just not been a lot of games that have come out in the last while that I've been that interested in. Like, compared to, let's say, several years ago, there's just literally nothing that I felt like buying most of the time. I'm too big of a chicken to play horror myself. I fucking love horror. If it wasn't obvious by my appearance and the general like look of my UI and my everything else, I am a fucking horror fanatic whenever it comes to like horror. I'm actually kind of a snob for it too. Mind you, I'm one of the people who actively look at the Five Nights at Freddy's thing and went, wow, this was dog shit whenever it was new. Then again, here's a wild take I have on horror that a lot of people don't seem to understand. Blair Witch Project was bad. That was a dog shit movie. And I don't know why people hold it up as like a like an icon of horror. That thing was fucking awful. I genuinely hate the Blair Witch Project and every movie it inspired. The only reason people remember that movie as good is because it had a new and interesting marketing campaign. I dare people, sit down and actually watch that movie again and actually ask yourself, was that movie any good? Because no, it's not a good movie. It is basically fucking student film level quality. It is so bad. I hate it. Oh, and shaky cam isn't scary in general. It's nauseating. I fucking hate shaky cam. Which, yes. Cloverfield, also bad. I'm not even joking. That movie's dog shit, too. I love movies where I can't see what's happening for 90% of it. How it's scary, but then again, my version of scary is different than most. I think a lot of horror is bad because a lot of people don't know what fear means. People think that throwing loud noises at the screen and like shaking a monster around is horror. Being startled is not being afraid. And I think people need to learn the difference the difference between horror and being startled. Especially Hollywood. Oh my god, so much Hollywood stuff is bad for so many reasons. Over explanation, shaky cam, trite nonsense. Fucking horrifically just doing jump scares constantly. I hate it so much. It's one of those things where it's not even where it's like, oh, you get like startled easily. Often no. Like, I'm not that easy to startle. I get startled occasionally, but you know, once again, that's not fear. If my immediate response after being startled is to say fuck you, that's not fear. That's anger. You can do a jump scare correctly. You can do a jump scare correctly. You have to build up tension and use it as a tension break. If you use it as a tension break, you need to consider what you're wanting to have happen after that. A lot of people don't think about that. The moment you jump scare somebody, you need something afterwards. Because you just, like, cut any level of, like, actual fear in half if it just dies immediately after. On the base grounds of it for a situation. Once felt bad after. Oh hey, Chaos Rune. I'm trying to think of a good example for a jump scare done right. Darkwood. Guy opens little window next to me and screams, and I say like something like "fuck you." So let's take something from Darkwood. That game does not have scripted jump scares. A lot of scripted jump scares don't tend to work either for a reason. You have to be very much more careful with scripted jump scares. Find realistic scary, like when a stranger calls. The one where someone stalks the babysitter, the strangers, those are the... not really. They're more likely to happen. But a lot of horror comes down to the tension of a situation, uncertainty, and, like, how often there is actual, like, attempts at scaring going on. The reason why I bring up Darkwood, in that game, you can be walking down a path, can't see everything around you, and hear a dog howl off in the distance somewhere nearby. That tells you there is a threat. You just don't necessarily know how far away sometimes. A lot of fear comes down to uncertainty. And the more certain someone is about the situation, the less scarier it is. The human psychology is very geared towards concern about the unknown. Past that, you have to hit a certain level of... What's the correct term here? Yeah, I know. Thanks. I know. That's not really what I'm talking about, though. After somebody is aware of something, you have to make it more conceptual horror. Let's put the monster on game packaging. Yeah. Putting stuff directly up front in your face constantly. You either have to, after like horror becomes known, what the situation is becomes known, it either has to be something that like is conceptually terrifying, or something that is so like strange and abstract and acting out of the normal that it is still like an unknown. Fine, links. What's an example that kind of is a thing? Soma is an example of the conceptual horror thing. While that game still has its like chase sequences and weird monsters and all that, the core of what Soma is as horror is very conceptual. Like the questioning of oneself and what makes them human is a very uneasy question to like have asked. Hell, in Darkwood, you can pretty much kind of start guessing what kind of thing is the situation in a lot of ways, but that game can still be fucking terrifying. Especially in games, horror has this other aspect that you need to take into consideration. See, here's kind of the funny thing with horror in games. In a horror situation for video games, you do not want to be killing the player often, because killing the player has the same effect as a jump scare. After killing a player once or twice with a monster, they're not going to be scared of that situation as much anymore. If they haven't quit, mind you. Which you don't want your player quitting the game, obviously. And if your primary goal is to scare someone, then congratulations. If you just keep killing them over and over again, they're going to become frustrated, not scared. And I need to point to Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Funny how if the monster kills you enough times, it no longer shows up where it was. That game is a masterclass in horror so many ways. Even if I'm not like scared by 90% of that game anymore, I still do not like the water area. The water area in particular is like probably one of the best bits of horror in game, if you had to ask me specifically. But yeah. With games, somebody has to like strike the balance between the downside of being caught to where it actually needs to be a threat, so somebody actually feels some level of need to not just ignore the threat, but also for it to not be like as bad. And there's one game I think of every time I say something like that. Shipwreck 64 is a game that absolutely ruins itself with the way it does its actual chasers, like its monsters. That game was great right up until you actually had to face the monsters. And oh my fucking god, there's a reason I stopped playing at that point. That angered me so fucking hard that it spent hours building up this situation, showing off this grim imagery in the guise of an N64-like game. And then the monster shows up, and it's a loud fucking screamer. And it does it repeatedly. Oh. And every single encounter is that. And I just went, fuck this game, and stopped playing. What a fucking dropped ball that game is. I would legitimately not recommend it because of that. That made me so fucking mad. Of course, I'm the kind of person, if you build up something good to start with, and then you immediately drop the ball like that, I'm gonna be way harsher. It's the same thing that I have for like Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like, oh, this was so great. I was enjoying this so much, and then you immediately shat your pants at this point and are continue to do so. I'm not playing anymore. Like, WoW took a long time for me to quit playing because of its dog shit, but it was always kind of just like had that element of dog shit that I could overlook. But man, 14. There's a reason I say the current 14 expansion is the worst MMO like expansion of all time for me personally. And the way I can describe it best is, wow, being slapped in the face by someone I trust is a lot more hurtful than being slapped in the face by someone I hate. I almost started talking about Bethesda again out of an anger, but it's hard to even be angry at Bethesda, more just tired. Like, unironically tired. It's like being mad at the special needs kid for, like, peeing the floor again. Alright, we need another, what was it, 10,000 coins to be able to cast this? Yeah. At this point, I don't want Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, same. The most mad I've been at Bethesda of late is them putting another update on Fallout 4 that broke everything again. Like, just leave it alone, please, Bethesda. Stop trying to milk money out of this thing. Everybody hates you. Shut up. And stop breaking your game, you incompetent fools. Every time they update that game, it just makes me more annoyed because I literally don't play that game for that game. Okay. Interesting. Sure. This random event. I don't count the random event teleporting me here as actually, like, being in this area. Pretty sure that's Yanil. An uncut sapphire again. Oh, okay. I'm going to continuously do those events just because these will eventually be useful. The update breaks the script extender, and it's really annoying for the devs. Yeah. Like, literally, nobody wants them to update that game anymore, but they constantly try to update it to push more of their garbage tier paid mods. Yeah. Literally, the only reason to install Fallout 4 is for the modding. Literally the only reason. Creation Club? Oh my god, 90% of that shit I tried to delete off my system every single fucking time they put out more, and it force downloads itself. There are so few things in the Creation Club that is worth anything. Like, they can throw that shit at me for free, and I still don't want it. Especially that Enclave shit. Get it out of my game. It is actively making things more annoying. That's the most annoying part of those. Like, holy shit, I hate the Enclave stuff they added on so many levels, especially because it literally gets in the way and sends a high-level enemy after me in the middle of my gameplay for literally no fucking reason. It's supposed to be whenever you find, like, a piece of Enclave stuff, but it was always activating for me just out of nowhere. Not even, like, I had found anything. They would just show up like those super powerful Enclave soldiers and would attack me, and I'm just like, fuck off. I'm trying to play Frost. Or like Sim Settlements or something like that. Is there a single piece of that Creation Club shit that I got for free that I ever use? I think maybe armor paints. I think that's the only thing they gave me that I ever actually used for any actual, like, I like this reasons. I guess the dogs were okay. No less dog shit than the rest of the game, but still. Those dogs really are out of place. But yeah, that tends to be what I do, is just kind of delete everything but maybe 1 or 2 paint jobs for, like, armor. Depending on if I care about any of the factions or not. Which, let's be honest, I don't. I'm usually playing Frost. Mind you, also, all those power armor paints they use, useless because they don't have stats. They don't do anything for you most of the time. Which, why does the power armor paint have an effect? It never allows me to actually use the power armor paint. I won't. Because I always have to, like, min-max that shit. Mentally. Oh, and don't even get me started on the quests that are added with those mods. Those paid mods. Oh my god, absolute fucking bloatware to my quest journal. I've rarely ever used power armor either. Especially because of that stupid core thing. These are power cores that can power buildings for multiple hundreds of years, but can barely run a power suit for 30 minutes. Uh-huh, Bethesda? Are you sure about that? What I want, more than anything, is something like Frost that isn't stuck to Bethesda's dogshit engine and game design. Because Bethesda made the power suits, yeah. I don't know if there's a single aspect of Fallout that Bethesda hasn't, like, flanderized. That's the sad thing. Name one thing that they haven't flanderized in Fallout. That they've touched. Amazon show included. Because they okayed it and said it's canon. Literally not a single aspect of that series has not been flanderized by them. That they've even acknowledged existing. That's the fucked up thing. Try working with it. And you'll realize how bad it is. You can do a lot of things better on other engines. Show ghoul lore sucked. Well, that's because Bethesda doesn't actually have lore. Bethesda doesn't know what it's doing with ghouls. Hey, remember how in old games they actively made a point to show that they're not zombies? Yeah, Bethesda? They're not zombies. They can't just rise from the dead because of somebody casting a magic spell. Oh god, I fucking hate, man, I hate everything they've done to that franchise. At this point, I literally only declare Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas canon. Because if they want to ignore all concepts of canon, then they're not canon. There are still people who claim that that show is good, and I actively have to ask why they have brain damage. Like, there's one guy I'm very vaguely aware of who says the show is good, but it appears to be entirely out of spite because he doesn't like New Vegas's fan base. Which is stupid reasons, to be honest. And is such an asinine thing to, like, have as a thought process. Also 9. Damn. We actually got 9. Oh my god, that show is just dog shit. Like, legitimately even ignoring Fallout as a series outside of that show, it is so self-contradictory and bad. But yeah, Bethesda can sit on a rusty nail and pivot. I hope they go bankrupt. Like, sure, that'd leave the the series in the hands of probably Microsoft, but at that point, it's already dead anyways. Hell, it's already dead as is. Speaking of game series that have had a disappointing existence, man, why does Stalker 2 have to be bad? And fail at being Stalker? I'm so happy that Ellen exists. Ellen is just kind of the type of game that I've always wanted, though. Town building open world RPG with a lot of like nonsense that I can get up to if I so please. And all of it has fairly in-depth systems. Happy. I have not played it enough to judge. It pales in comparison. It pales in comparison. It's missing one of the major things that made Stalker original games so good. That life system where everybody's like existence was kind of like calculated and had trajectories and they were doing stuff. That's gone. That is completely missing in 2. They've claimed they've put a system in place for it, but literally all it does is have NPCs like occasionally walk around their camps. They don't move, they don't do anything, they don't go out on quests. Animals don't, like, move in packs to try to get food. People don't actively have some sort of background goal. All of that's gone. All of it. Where they put a bloodsucker that spawn camps you at the beginning. Oh, yeah. Stalker 2 also is a disaster whenever it comes to its own lore. So many of the mutants in Stalker 2 got absolutely fucking, like, no respect to what they're supposed to be. You mean you know those barely hostile pig mutants? The ones that were more liable to run away if you shot at them than anything else? Yeah, they're now one of the most dangerous enemies because apparently somebody couldn't tell the difference between the pig mutants and the boars. And don't even get, like, people started on the bloodsuckers. You know, the enemies that were so well known for just jumping out in the middle of daytime and decloaking to attack you with strong attacks. And took, like, 500 bullets. You know, those bloodsuckers. Oh, wait. Oh, and all the mutants are bullet sponges. All of them. Every single one. God. By the way, that game is incredibly front-loaded with content. After the first couple of areas, the content gets extremely sparse. It's just not good, man. And that's what makes me most sad about it, is that while there's a certain level of, yeah, you can blame ongoing situations for some of the issues the game has, them literally not knowing their own mutants. No, like, nobody there probably played some of the Stalker games who are making decisions. I'm at that point of thinking that's how bad it is. Because how do you fail on such basic things that, like, most Stalker players know? Because I had to turn on upscaling or the glass flickers very hard. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I'm so happy a game like Ellen exists, especially because it already is, like, gearing up to have, like, a massive mod support aspect to it. The game is still basically not even done yet, and modding has been encouraged. It is just the case where it's like, man, don't look to AAA, look to the indie market to find good games. There's a lot of dog shit, but hey, you're more likely to find good games in the indie market. Especially just find people's passion projects. Like, that's kind of true of everything, but find the people who do it because they love what they do. And that's not going to be the AAA market. There is not a AAA company in existence anymore that gives a flying fuck about their games. Not even Nintendo cares about their games at this point, man. Not even Nintendo. I enjoyed Ilona, but not yet really played Ellen. Never got to Ilona in-game, no cat girl for me. Ellen is a lot more accessible and has a lot more to it. I would 100% say if you liked Ilona, Ellen is just better in almost every aspect. Like, there are still systems that are not done yet, things not in the game, obviously, and all that, but it is a way better game that basically took the lessons of what they learned from Ilona and improved on basically every aspect that's in the game so far. Especially the controls. That's the one thing I always tell people is, yeah, you played Ilona. This one actually is, like, controllable in a lot easier of ways. Oh, and permadeath is not, like, a requirement. In fact, the default game mode is not permadeath. It's still an option, though. I just kind of wish Ellen had a permadeath option where it kind of allowed you to just, like, give benefits to your next character. I slept on it so much so far because sometimes playing on EA games ruins the full release. Understandable. But yeah, by the way, Ellen also added a skyblock challenge mode. Unironically. That's the part I think is most funny about it, is for whatever reason, the devs went, hey, I had an idea to do a goofy game mode. Here's skyblock. Which was, weirdly enough, too easy for me. I just keep hoping. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, what I kind of want for Ellen now, I want a successor mode. If you know what that is. Where I can play a character who has, like, permadeath, but if I, like, build a village or something, it will stay there. And I can, like, get benefits for my next character of some description. Like, say I could spend points on having better starting options or inheriting stuff or something like that. I'd love that kind of game mode. Where, yeah, your previous character existed. Go continue playing in the same world even though they're dead. I want that. I want that so bad because I think that would work so well in Ellen. Especially if you jack up the difficulty too. More than Elona, more than Elona genes, more some kind of legacy. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Roguelite, in a sense, instead of roguelike. Hell, imagine if whenever they have marriage and whatnot in, you can play it as your own children and be like a full-on legacy dynasty kind of thing. That would be a cool mode. I know a few games have done that in the past. Specifically, I know there's one game that I think of that comes along with that kind of thing, and weirdly enough, it's a cultivation game, like literally cultivation. Reincarnate, gain powers, take powers from other people, that kind of thing. But yeah, just something. Also, what a dog shit fishing trip. Jesus. Oh, it is almost noon. Holy shit. But yeah. A legacy, kind of like continue as your next character in the same world would be neat. Sure, it probably couldn't do the story mode like that without it being a little bit funny where everybody just kind of ignores that suddenly there's a different person here. But that's also something I kind of want. It's just the ability to not play through the story. Just start as like nobody with none of the benefits of the opening or the story mode. Which, even then, there is the starting, like, scenario option, so it's clear there's intent for something there. Matchless Kung Fu. That's what it was. Matchless Kung Fu. That game is fun in its own right for goofy reasons. If I want that lunch special, I'm going to have to probably think about that really quickly. Give me a moment. Like, legitimately give me a moment here. I need to possibly think about food real quickly and see how much spending money I still have for the month and whether I want to do that. 1 second. I'll quickly kind of do a BRB. Well, it's kind of the last of my spending money, but I did in fact order it. I kind of have a budget every month that I allow myself. Obviously, as a person who functions on some level as an adult, yes. But yeah, that will probably take, I don't know, another 30 minutes to arrive or something. So we still got a little bit of time to mess around. But yeah, the Matchless Kung Fu's system was kind of neat. And I'd love to see other games have something similar. Especially just open world games in general. A lot of them have kind of like roguelite aspects, but usually just in like the random generations and dungeons and whatnot, in the style of that mystery dungeon kind of way. But honestly, being able to like have a bunch of just like successor characters would allow me to experiment with a certain level of like random chance. Like, just start a character with the randomized thing and accept whatever you get, but not have to be like, well, if this character dies, everything I do otherwise is wasted, you know? That's kind of the thing that always strikes me with Ellen's current system of like permadeath is, unless I'm doing specifically a challenge run with a very specific character setup, which can't even save a default character setup either, mind you, you kind of just get left with, oh, death, game over, start again. And that, yeah, that's permadeath for a lot of things. But I don't necessarily want that outside of certain, like, challenge run things. Like, I want the option to have to actually worry about my character's continued survival, but a lot of the times I don't want to lose everything I've actually built in a game. Like, have it disappear completely. The thing that I always point to is, I like in Dwarf Fortress, even if you, like, stop playing a fortress, that thing's still going to exist for the most part. It will continue on without you. Or it's dead, and the ruins will be there. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it feel completely like I've wasted my time if there's continuation somehow. And I think that's just kind of a major thing with me, is I like that feeling of history being built up in a world, too. Over multiple characters. Hell, imagine, like, getting really far in a permadeath character in a game's world where you, like, start your own town and faction. Then you die and start as a complete outsider to that faction and town. Leaving my fortress made it look abandoned afterwards. Depending on how it goes, a lot of times, what few times I actually managed to have a fortress go anywhere, leaving it behind made it just another town in the world a lot, but you know what I mean. Hell, imagine a game where you could build up an entire faction as a character, have that character died, and then that faction is just there in the world, still continuing what you had them doing, more or less. Like, making some decisions based off of the way you had them do things. Imagine how it'd feel to see, like, your good guy faction eventually get corrupted too. And having to, like, do something about it. I don't know, that just seems like it'd be really cool. That's just one of those story things that I really like as an emergent gameplay idea. Like, imagine setting up a paladin order as a character, having them do a lot of good, having them become a powerful group in the nation, and then several hundred years down the line, they just have become something unrecognizable due to other people taking over. Crusader King, but more gameplay? A little bit, yeah. Imagine setting up a town, building it, and then, like, coming back to it 1,000 years later in the game to find its ruins. I just find that as an idea fascinating. Or making a small farming village, and then returning one day a long time in the future of the game, and finding it to be a bustling metropolis. Being able to just, like, find the effects of your presence throughout the world as a new character far down the line. I think you could honestly do that in a game, and it'd be a really cool feature. Commitment as a player, I know, but having the possibility of that just being a thing through various other, like, systems in the background. So indie only, I guess. If any game had the capacity to add that through pure force of will, of just the community's, like, ability to mod, or the devs' willingness to just constantly add shit, honestly, Ellen. It's not even a complex game graphically, so you wouldn't have to do too much with that either. That's what holds back a lot of games from doing complex systems is graphics. Hell, in a sense, like I said, Dwarf Fortress already kinda does that. It's just one of those things where it's like, I imagine Ellen would be the base that, even if it was just modders, could eventually manage to make a system like that. Especially with how Ellen is being set up to being a game where it's like, the base is going to be good. The modder, if the modding, like, community takes off, which it's a successor to Ilona, obviously it's going to have a modder, like, base already from the Ilona kind of tradition. You know what I mean? But, fuck, how far away? 6.5 hours? Yeah. I'm starting to get hungry. I can feel my voice starting to feel a little bit off. I probably should call it here. Plus, I have food on the way anyway, so yeah. Honestly, I might wait until I'm done with a lot of the grinds to stream this again, especially with the stuff coming up. Until then, thank you all for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope to see you next time. I'm betting Edit's still alive. No, he's not. He raided me. I'm tired. Edit's not alive. He raided me. I can't believe I forgot that for a second. Thanks for the raid, Edit, again. So yeah. I might do some not Alona, Ellen at some point as just another one of these kind of games where I can sit back and just do something and babble for a while. But until then, have a wonderful time of day and remember to do the human things to survive. I don't have anybody to, like, point you guys to. I'm kind of the last person awake, potentially. So, do the whatever you're doing. Bye-bye.